Check, check, check. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Okay, so we're ready to start again. Here with us now is Pamela Morgan, who is an attorney, entrepreneur, and educator, and who's working to promote cryptocurrency use and acceptance in the legal space. She is also the CEO of the company Third Key Solutions, so we are very excited for her talk. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Oh, hi. Oh, no, you're not still sleeping, are you? I'm an American. We got to liven this up. Also, I've had 3 coffees. Did you know they have free coffee? No. So, good morning. I am so happy to be here. I love this topic. I love talking at Bitcoin and blockchain conferences, and I love combining both Bitcoin, blockchain, and the law. I think it's one of the most interesting combinations that is underrated today. So, as Hannah mentioned, I'm the CEO of Third Key Solutions. That's a key consulting and management company. I also have a law firm called Empowered Law, and I'm also a board member at the Crypto Consortium, which is a nonprofit standards organization. They specialize in doing particularly the CCSS, which is the cryptocurrency security standard. It's for enterprise businesses to make sure that they are storing and holding keys securely. But that's not what this talk is about. This talk is about, it's about how to protect yourself like a multinational on a startup budget. And this QR code is not a donation address, for those of you who are Bitcoiners. It is a link to an article that I've written on this topic. So you don't have to take notes, you don't have to try and furiously remember the things that I'm telling you. An article is available, and I'm also happy to share these slides with you. If you send me a message, I'm happy to send them to you. So let's get started. Our industry is facing a pandemic, and the problem is we have extreme exposure to jurisdictions all around the world. How many of you are entrepreneurs in this space? Bitcoin, blockchain. So, oh, you're shy. You're like, kind of me? Okay, let's get a quick poll of who is here. How many of you own Bitcoin? Okay, so maybe half, maybe a little more than half. How many of you own Ether? Roughly the same amount. You're owning both. Well done. And how many of you work full-time in Bitcoin or the blockchain space? Okay, maybe 4, 5. And how many wish you did? Excellent. Okay, so way more. I am here to tell you it is doable. I learned about Bitcoin in 2013, in late 2013, at a conference. I was speaking at a conference about entrepreneurship for people with disabilities. And one of the other speakers here, who you happen to hear today as your keynote, Andreas Antonopoulos, was there speaking about Bitcoin. And I was in the audience, just like you were this morning, and I was like, holy wow, this is gonna change the world, and I wanna be part of it. So for the next 2 months, I continued to work my other job, and I nerded out about Bitcoin. And 2 months later, I quit my full-time job, and I decided I was going to make a career for myself in this industry. So I've been working in Bitcoin and blockchain ever since, so it's about 3 years now. So for those of you who really are interested in working in this space, it is absolutely possible to do. And there are many of us who have very similar stories. This is an area for startups, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here talking to you today about what I'm talking to you about. Because these technologies are truly global in nature. They really are borderless. And one of the problems with being borderless is our jurisdiction, our local laws are not borderless. And so if you're a startup and you're working in this space today, unless you carefully cultivate your client list and eliminate anyone who's outside of your local jurisdiction, you're going to be exposed to laws and jurisdictions all around the world. And for me, that represents an unacceptable business risk. But there's a vaccine. Good news, right? The vaccine is the freedom to opt out of traditional court systems. And that vaccine is arbitration. How many of you have heard of arbitration? Great, the majority of you. And how many of you are parties to an arbitration agreement? Okay, how many of you have a bank credit card? Oh, all of you. Great. All of you are parties to an arbitration agreement. You just didn't know it. All multinationals, large multinationals, including banks, use arbitration clauses in their terms and conditions. You read those, right? Yeah? No, okay, me neither. But if you do, you will see that they all include an arbitration clause. And the reason that they include an arbitration clause is because of this jurisdictional problem. Because it's very difficult to assess the business risk when you don't know what the rules are that apply. With arbitration, we get to make choices on what rules apply, who the judges are. We get many more choices than what we would get in a traditional court system. This is a map of what's colloquially, I'm not even pronouncing that word right. You know what I mean. What's termed the New York Convention. And it's a series of treaties. And as of 2001, the countries in blue, which you'll notice Norway is one, are parties to this international convention. Why this matters is because this international treaty has all of these countries agreeing to enforce arbitration awards of the other countries who are part of the treaty. Meaning that you'll see the United States is there, I'm from Chicago. So let's say that you and I have a disagreement, okay? Let's say that you and I buy services from your company and we have a disagreement. Where do I file the lawsuit? I'm not coming to Norway. Okay, I'm going to file the lawsuit in my local jurisdiction, right? So if I do that, and I file the lawsuit in my local jurisdiction, and I say, hey, will you please come and defend yourself against this lawsuit? You may or may not show up, and I may or may not get a judgment against you. And then comes the second problem. How do we enforce it? You have a judgment in Chicago, right? I get a judgment in Chicago, and what do? I come to the Norway judge and I say, Your Honor, would you please enforce this agreement? And what does the judge say? Maybe, if they feel like it, right? They don't have to. Does a sovereign have to recognize the award of another sovereign? Absolutely not. Let's contrast that with arbitration. Let's say you and I have an agreement, something goes awry, we have an arbitration clause. We have an arbitration award. Doesn't matter if the hearing is in Chicago, doesn't matter if the hearing is in Norway. The hearing could be totally online if we wanted it to be. Let's say you get an award. Let's say I get an award. Now I come to the judge in Norway and I say, Your Honor, I have this arbitration award, and pursuant to the New York Convention, I'm going to need you to go ahead and enforce that, please. And the judge has no discretion. And the reason the judge doesn't have discretion is because Norway is part of this international treaty. This works both ways. So you could bring an arbitration award that happened here in Norway and serve it and enforce it on me in Chicago. So this is a really, really powerful tool, and this is why the banks use it and the multinational companies use it, because it's kind of a get out of local jurisdiction free card. Enforcement is what really matters. It's what really matters even if you have paper contracts, right? We have promises. Contracts are just promises between people. They're just paper promises. With smart contracts, some of those promises are enforced by code. But ultimately, they're just promises that people make to one another. The real question is, when those promises are broken or when expectations aren't met, how do we become whole? How do we get enforcement of our rights? With arbitration, we have the freedom to choose. We have the freedom to choose many, many, many things, and we're going to go through this step by step. First of all, we have the freedom to choose substantive law. How many of you know what the term substantive law means? Okay, so we have two, and you're lawyers in the room, yeah? Okay, good. Substantive law simply means what jurisdiction's laws apply, okay? So what is a breach of contract? What is fraud? What are the elements of fraud? What elements would you have to prove to a court or a judge to say, yes, this person is guilty of fraud? And in each jurisdiction, those elements could change slightly. So by determining in contract what substantive law applies, you by default negate all of the other laws. We'll go back to our example of when I'm in Chicago and you're in Norway. Which law of breach of contract applies? I don't know. Neither do you. You have no idea. Why? Because we didn't say what substantive law applies. So it's very simple. All you say is the law of Oslo applies. Very simple. It doesn't have to be a bunch of legalese. It can be a very simple one word or a couple of words addition to your contract or to your terms and conditions. And you will then get the limitation of choosing substantive law. This matters when you're doing risk assessment. It also matters when you're looking to settle agreements, right? If you don't know what law applies, you don't know if you've broken the law. Therefore, you don't know if you should pay out on a settlement. In addition to substantive laws, there's procedure. So there's substantive laws and there's procedural laws. Like, really? Yes. The procedural laws are things like, if I file a complaint against you, how long do you have to respond? In federal court in the United States, it's 21 days. So you have 21 days to respond. How would you know that? Well, they're in the procedural laws of the court. So it's more than just what is breach of contract. It's all of these procedures. How big does your brief have to be? What are the margins? All of these sorts of things. Those are all delineated in procedural law. And again, you can choose procedural law in your arbitration clause. You can simply say, the substantive and procedural laws of Norway apply. Simple. You can also choose venue. What I mean by that is you can say all of our hearings will happen in Oslo. All of our hearings will happen in Chicago. You can choose anywhere, really. This is a big one. With arbitration, you can choose your judges. So do you get to choose your judges here in Norway? Do you get to decide which judge is going to hear your case? I'm going to bet not. In the US, it's done by a lottery. So whatever judge is their turn, well, that's the judge you get. And they may not have any understanding of your business. They may not have any understanding of cryptocurrency. Likely they don't. So with arbitration, we can choose who our judges are. And interestingly, they don't have to be lawyers. So you could choose the subject matter expert. You could choose a lawyer. You could choose an accountant. You can choose anyone you want. And you can decide who those people are either by way of your arbitration agreement or later by deciding a process on who you will choose as your judges. You can also choose the number of judges. So by default, here in Norway, you have an arbitration act, which was passed in 2004. It says by default, you will have 3 arbitrators, but you can choose to have 1, you can choose to have 3, you can choose to have 5. I wouldn't pick an even number. If you pick an even number, you'll have a stalemate, and that's no good. So you want to pick an odd number, right? 1, 3, 5, etc. Remember, the more people you get, the longer the deliberation is going to be, right? The more people you get to be judges and decide, the more challenging it will be to have them reach agreement. But you get to choose that with arbitration. You can also choose stepped. So you can say, if our agreement is less than $100,000, we will have 1 arbitrator. But if it's more, we'll have 3. You can do that with arbitration. You get to choose the language. So you can choose whether it's Norwegian, English, whatever. You can also choose the duration, which I think coming from the United States is really appealing. You may or may not know that in order to get through all of the appeals in the US up to the Supreme Court, it typically takes between 7 and 10 years. That's not really great if you're trying to operate a business, right? That's a lot of money, that's a lot of time, and that's a lot of focus on things other than running your business. With arbitration, you can select the duration of the hearing. You can choose something as short as, from start to end, 6 months. And that still fulfills due process in most jurisdictions. So you can say, instead of having this thing go on years and years and years, we're only going to have it be 6 months. You can also decide how long it will be from the time the hearing ends until the time you get an award. In the US, sometimes it's years before the judge actually makes a ruling. Here you can decide it's going to be 1 month, 30 days, and they have to give you a ruling. You can decide, to a certain extent, what evidence you will allow. Some of you have heard, how many of you, do you watch Law and Order here? Do you know Law and Order? I see some smiles, okay. So, it's not really like that, you know that, right? It's a good show, but that's not really how it goes. You really don't usually get someone on the stand who's confessing. Evidence is a big deal because that's going to ultimately determine how your ruling happens. And so in the US, we like to do things called depositions. Anyone know what a deposition is? Oh, many of you. Very good. Do you have those here? You do them often? No. You're like, no, you're making faces. So a deposition is when a lawyer will bring you into a room and they will record asking you questions. Basically, it's the same thing as what you would do in court. It's just before and not in court. So most civil law countries view that as a huge waste of time. With arbitration, you can decide to have no depositions. You can decide to make a ruling on documents only, which saves a ton of time, a ton of money. You can also decide how much of your hearing is confidential. This is not a choice that you have in traditional court. You can decide how much of it is going to be private. You can keep it all private if you want, or you can make it public. You can also require a written decision. In the US, often trial courts do not give a written decision. They will make a ruling from the bench, or they will make a written decision that doesn't actually have their reasoning behind it. A written decision is important if you want to try to appeal. Also, if you want to try to understand, what was the judge thinking? Why did I lose? If you have a written decision, you can figure that out, and then you can change your behavior next time, rather than just saying, oh, you lost, too bad, and you still have no idea why you lost. Also, we can control appeals. So with an arbitration clause, you can say, we are limiting this to one appeal. We are having no appeals. We are having an expedited appeals process. We're having a 12-stage appeals process if you're feeling litigious. It's up to you. You can do anything you want. So you get to choose all of these things. And that's why I think that this is so important. Again, going back to the enforcement, on top of all of that, arbitration is superior because of enforcement, because we can enforce this all around the world. Ultimately, it gives us the freedom to choose. Many in our industry are under the illusion that they are not subject to jurisdiction. I call that the placebo. They say, oh, no, you don't know who we are. You have no idea we're not subject to jurisdiction. And while your organization may not be subject to jurisdiction, you as an individual are. And so if you're taking the benefit of a corporate act or of an organizational act, trust me, they will try to find you and you will be part of whatever jurisdiction you're living in. I wrote an article called Arial 11 Default Law. Do you know what the font is when you open up a Google Drive document? It's Arial 11. Why does that matter? Well, it only matters if you don't want Arial 11, right? Maybe you want Comic Sans. Maybe you want Times New Roman. This is the same with the law. There is always a default law that applies. So even though you don't know it, it still exists. Just like when you open up a Google Drive document and you start typing, you're typing with Arial 11. This is the same concept. There is always a default law. And you get to change it, but you have to take affirmative action to do that. You have to change it by way of contract. And you can do a lot of this through arbitration. So many people also say, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I'm only going to deal with people who have full anonymity, who are running on tour, who are doing all these things. And I say, okay, that's fine, but you've significantly limited your ability to transact if that's what you're doing. And I think it's much better to expand the scope. So what do you need to do to be strong with arbitration? One, it must be in writing. If you don't have it in writing, it doesn't count. So you need to add this to your terms and conditions, add this to your founders agreements. If you have a startup and you don't have a founder agreement with your partners, you need one, and you need one today. Contractor agreements, pretty much any contract that you have, you can add an arbitration clause and get all of these benefits. So you're not a lawyer. You don't know how to write an arbitration clause, and you're not really keen on hiring one right now, or you're not really sure. You can use this DIY clause builder, and it will help you construct an arbitration clause for free. So you can look at, what does this look like? What would my arbitration clause look like? And you can play with the parameters. And it's, again, a free tool. It's through the American Arbitration Association. However, it does have an option for international arbitration. Remember that nothing is 100%. Nothing can save you from your SEC enforcements, from your criminal enforcements. This is strictly for civil business-to-business sort of contracts. Interestingly, when we start adding arbitration, we can increase innovation in legal services. And I think this is one of the most important side effects. If we create a floor of arbitration, we can start doing things above it. How many of you have heard of mediation and arbitration? Usually they go hand in hand, right? So step 1 is mediation, step 2 is arbitration. But what if it wasn't mediation? What if instead you could do a mediation DAO? What if you could do a crowd jury? What if you could do something else? We can. And we can do it in a commercially viable way so long as we have a floor of arbitration. So that if those things don't work, we don't fall into local courts and have to replay all of the costs and effort. Remember, it's all about having the freedom to choose. The thing that I care about most in this space is uncoupling identity from justice. So right now, our justice systems require that we have identity in order to avail ourselves of enforcement. I don't think we have to do that. And I think with cryptocurrencies, where we have identity optional systems, we shouldn't force identity in order to have justice. We have a project called the DAM Project, which is the Decentralized Arbitration and Mediation Network, which is an ADR dispute resolution platform for Bitcoin. If you're interested, it's available on GitHub. I want to thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Pamela. That was really interesting.
Thanks.
Pamela will also be giving a workshop later, which is called What Lawyers Need to Know About Bitcoin, Blockchain, and Smart Contracts. However, she told me that it's not only for lawyers. Anyone who wants can show up, so I recommend you do. Now it's time for lunch. Lunch will be served out there. So enjoy yourself, and I'll see you back at 12:25.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. So first, a couple of things about Norblock. So about the company, who we are. Essentially, we have two types of people in Norblock. The one group comes from finance and consulting, and then we have the other group that basically comes very much from the Bitcoin mining world and blockchain development world. So essentially, what we did is that we came together and we tried to find what is actually one of the most pressing problems that we can solve today in the finance world that also can be solved using blockchain technology and not just use blockchain as a marketing word. So what we did is that we started and we had many workshops with banks, and we asked them, we explained first of all what blockchain technology is, if you can do this within an hour or half, and then we asked them, what are the problems that you're facing, and where do you see this technology actually becoming relevant to solving these problems? So when we went in, we're thinking we're going to do exotic derivatives, payment settlements, some amazingly interesting things, but actually what happened is that we heard about Know Your Customer. So Know Your Customer is actually an integral part of finance. It's actually a core regulatory aspect of banks that basically what they have to do is that they have to, when someone goes to start a relationship or has an ongoing relationship, they have to know who that person or the corporation is. Now, that seems very simple. I mean, what you can do is that you ask a couple of questions and then here it goes. It's not that difficult. But actually, it's much more complex. When we're looking at corporations, it can take up to 2 months for a corporation to onboard with a bank. And it should not be like this. Now, then we said, okay, that's fine. That seems to be a problem. But how big of a problem is it? And in finance, everything is measured in money. So even how big a problem is, again, is how expensive it is. And it's actually very expensive. We did a bottom-up analysis for one of the top 4 Swedish banks, and it came to around $60 million spent every year on KYC. And this is not because they actually invest in rocket science to solve KYC. This is because they actually take up a lot of time of people, especially in the front line, going after customers to find out information about them and information about their companies. And actually, this is about to become even trickier. Because we have new regulations coming into play in July. We have new regulations coming into play in the beginning of next year and actually in May next year. So the next 12 months is going to be a regulatory nightmare for banks and a regulatory treasure hunt for the regulators. Now, what we did is that, okay, we have the problem here. It seems to be a very pressing problem. What we did afterwards is that we said we're going to interview as many people as we can. And we interviewed many people in banks. I mean, this is the obvious place to go, both in the front line, but also in the compliance departments. Then we actually talked to the regulators to see their view and how they actually go after banks and how they review banks and audit banks around KYC. And very importantly, we talked to the customers. And this is where actually the biggest complaints emerged. So if you talk to a corporate treasurer, probably the most painful thing he's going to do in his annual, let's say, in his yearly report is actually doing KYC, renewing KYC with the banks that the corporation is using. Now, this is all fine, and this, to a certain extent, we knew about this. We just found out more details. But then, if you scratch the surface, you realize that there's so many other companies that have to perform KYC on their customers. And these companies are actually many companies involved in the fintech world. So if you take iZettle, Trustly, Klarna, Qliro, all these are companies that have to perform KYC again. And if you think it's painful for a bank to do this, then think about a fast-moving organization that has to move extremely quickly and focus on commercial aspect rather than the regulatory aspect. So overall, very painful process, many people asking for change. But how do you bring blockchain into the whole equation? Why is blockchain very relevant? So basically, if you look at the key problems of why KYC doesn't work right now, first thing is actually duplication of efforts. There's duplication of efforts for various reasons. For example, if you take a corporation has on average around 3 business banking relationships. What that means is that they have to do KYC for each one of these relationships. And it's the exact same things that banks are asking for. They have to do it also on an annual basis, according to the law. So it becomes an amazing effort from the corporation towards these 3 banks. But guess what? You have each bank doing the exact same thing, checking the same documents, verifying the same documents, and basically just doing the whole work over and over again. Limited digitization. I am Greek. I'm used to limited digitization. When I came to Sweden quite a while back, I was hoping that it would be an amazingly effortless and seamless transition into something purely digital, to onboard a bank, to basically ask the bank to give you information. It's actually still very much a paper process. You get papers on the mail, you have to fill them in and then take them to the branch. If you don't answer the first time, they send them again. You don't answer again, they call you and they say, well, your account will be closed unless you write down all these things that we request you to write. So very limited digitization even nowadays. Third thing, spotty audit trail. It's very important when someone does an audit of what happened when, so for example, the regulator goes to a bank and says, let's see if you know your customers. Let's take that branch, that guy, John Smith, what do you know about him? Then someone has to find what has happened, when we asked John Smith about all the information. And that's a completely spotty audit trail at best. There have been many cases where actually the regulator went to some of the banks that are major banks in Scandinavia, and they found out there's actually zero KYC file, not a spotty KYC file. So how do we actually create a platform which is blockchain can actually alleviate quite a few of these problems? Well, actually, blockchain can alleviate quite a few things because, first of all, it's a very secure and it's an immutable way of recording information. That's a very, very important element when you're thinking about audit trail of what has happened. The other important element about blockchain is actually it can hold reference to something. If you hold reference to something, that means that I can take that something and carry it around parties and share it between different parties. And every single time I perform a change on that element, then all the parties that hold that reference know about it. So essentially, it can be the pinnacle, the core of a solution to the KYC problem, to many of the KYC problems that we're actually facing. So what we did with Norblock is we said, we're not going to do POCs, we're not going to do consulting work around blockchain, let's focus on that one thing. KYC, let's make a production-ready platform. And actually, we launched it last month, and now we have 5 top-tier European banks actually testing the platform. The way it works is very simple. You go to a bank, you give your email, you prove your ID and your corporate identification number. You get an email from the bank saying that I would like your information, you fill it in, send it back to the bank approves it, then they do extra work that actually it's internal to the bank, and then you have a KYC file which has been placed in that blockchain by the bank that you can actually carry between banks. You can use with suppliers, you can use with whoever you want. Now, why this is actually relevant, let's give an example going back to fintechs. Let's say that I want to get an iZettle little machine. iZettle has to do a KYC on me as a merchant. Now, it's very likely I have a banking relationship with someone in Sweden, let's say. That means that iZettle can say, hey, SEB, you actually have an account of that guy, so that means you've done the KYC. Can I get the KYC file from him? And this platform actually allows this to be done. And because everything is interconnected, SEB can also ask for a payment from iZettle for actually doing the verification in the first place, because actually they expended time doing so. Now, this is essentially the platform, how it works. This is actually how you can send the KYC request. It's online, and we've actually started issuing the test accounts, and people can go and test it themselves. The beauty around this is actually not what you see here. I mean, the interface is quite beautiful, I would like to think so as well, but actually it's very much what's behind it. And what's behind it is actually a quite advanced architecture. It's a quite advanced architecture for various reasons, because the first thing that actually we thought, and it's actually what, when you hear blockchain KYC, is like, okay, great, I'm going to take that file, put it on a blockchain, permissioned or not, then people will just share it and it's going to be great. And this is actually something that doesn't necessarily work. So the first thing is actually nothing touches the blockchain until the officer presses verify. So the moment someone verifies, a bank officer, a piece of information, this is recorded on the blockchain. No one else can write actually on that blockchain. That actually creates a very, very good input from the physical, if you can call it, or real world on the blockchain. One thing we forget is that the interface between the two is crucial, because the information, unless they're vetted when they go in, then you cannot, of course, once they're in, you don't change them, but if something that is in is actually flawed, then it doesn't really matter at all. Now, What happened is that we said in the beginning, let's put everything on the blockchain. We're super happy. We said, okay, great, we solved the problem within 1 month. Everything is ready. And then what we did is that, well, part of actually launching a production-ready platform is talking to lawyers, because we may like them or not. They may be expensive, or actually they are expensive. It's just, there's not a not in this case. But you actually have to get clearance, especially when we talk to compliance departments. We cannot just show up and say, okay, that's great, we're ready, let's go. So what they said is that there's a couple of, let's say, legislation and regulations that you have to adhere to. So you have the 4th AML directive by the EU. You have GDPR, which, by the way, talking about blockchain and personal data, GDPR is probably the single regulation that's going to make it extremely challenging for recording personal data on a blockchain. And also, what else you have the bank secrecy law, which is a Sweden-specific law, but also you have then different other legislations around the EU. So they looked into our platform and they said, well, it's great, but you cannot put the actual file on the blockchain. Why? Because actually, even let's say you have 2 banks, and I've onboarded with 1 bank. That means that one of the banks has my full KYC file, and they can see my KYC file. The other bank, I'm not a customer. They should not know anything about me. At the same time, if they are a node in the blockchain, they hold a full copy, encoded, but full copy of my file. Now, the law is extremely ambiguous when it comes to encoded data and plain data. And then, in the beginning, we thought for a couple of days, should we take the legal battle and be the crusaders against defining what is encoded and what is plain data, etc. We said, actually, let's skip that. And let's go with an architecture that is very likely to be much more secure and much more compliant. So essentially what happens is that we have a couple of things. We have the customer interface. So basically this is what the customer, it's a UI that you can use any browser, your smartphone, etc., to onboard. You have the bank interface, a server, which basically is what the bank officer sees, but also the server that holds any intermediate data in the entire process of a KYC onboarding. And then what we've done is that we have a permissioned blockchain that right now we've built on Hyperledger Fabric, and a mirroring proprietary design database. The proprietary design database is the one that holds the actual KYC file. And the way it works is that if you own the customer relationship, you have the full KYC file. If you don't own the relationship, then you only have pieces of the file that you cannot use separately. They're completely useless. So essentially, this is how we built the system. And right now we're testing with quite a few banks. It's actually one thing to note is that let's say, the pool that we have from banks is very different. So some of them, they say that we want to solve the problem, we want to make it easier for the customer. Others are saying, I want to lower costs dramatically. Others are saying, I'm the most amazing bank in doing KYC, and I want to sell it to others. Can you help me do that? Monetize on something that I'm spending already tons of money on. So essentially, all these different elements, all these different needs, we can actually cover with a solution that we built. I actually managed to do it in record time, I think. I practiced a lot. So I'm happy to open for questions if there are any. Very good question. So essentially, the nodes, the processing nodes for the blockchain and the database resides at banks. Each one of the banks in the platform, they have 4 or 5 nodes that they run, and basically this is where the data sits. And we have basically created 2 database designs. One is bank internal, and the other one is intra-bank, so essentially how the database communicates between the banks. Very good question. Actually, yes, absolutely. Because what happens is that our platform is not a standalone platform. For example, in Sweden, we fully have implemented an API with Bank ID, so you can authenticate yourself and you can sign documents. So in countries where we have an eID, it's perfect. It solves so many of the problems. We also have functionality in case we don't have eID that you attach your passport picture, but then you have to either video conference when you can or actually go to the branch. But in many cases, you don't want to do this. So yes, it absolutely works great with an eID together. Why did you select Hyperledger instead of, for example, Ethereum or something? Yeah, very good question. So actually, we started with Ethereum. This is that was when we first started writing the code. But then what happened is that we actually saw quite a few positive elements around Fabric, using Fabric. And quite a few of them have to do very much with personal data and how it's handled. And also how you can actually make transactions, the validating nodes actually being in a subset of the consenting nodes that you have in the network. So these are the two things that actually, having said that, it's not that we're locked into Hyperledger Fabric. Obviously, we're following now what's going on with Quora, etc., and with the Ethereum Alliance. So if something comes in a permission environment that we think that it would be better, then obviously, we're more than happy to move there. Please.
EU regulatory, is it primarily for banks, or is it in general for companies that, say you have a company and you want to sell products through the blockchain?
So actually, the EU part, it has to do with KYC, and it touches not only on banks, but on any obliged entity, as they call it. So basically, these are from leasing companies to accounting companies, etc., anyone that has to do KYC. So it purely focuses on KYC. The GDPR part, which is extremely important, and by the way, this is something that I'm not sure people understand the importance of it. GDPR essentially is the law around personal data. It comes into effect next year in May. The fines, if you don't adhere to that law, are set to 2 or 4% of your global revenues. So it's not going to be 10 million kroner or 20 million kroner that basically we see these fines flying around and people are like, oh, okay, great, it's fine. It's 2 or 4% of the revenue. So basically, GDPR is for personal data, and the fourth AML KYC directive is purely for KYC, how you do KYC and who has to do KYC.
I think that's all we have
Okay.
time for, unfortunately. But Stianons will be back at 3:20 to talk more about Hyperledger. most influential people in fintech globally.
Oh.
So we are excited for his talk. Take it away, Frank.
All right. Good intro. So yeah, I think the flyer says revolutionizing financial services. I started with this slide because I think by now everybody in this room is probably already their minds blown by blockchain. So I don't think we have to necessarily explain what blockchain is. So I just wanted to talk about something else. And what I want to talk about today is very much in line with what the question that we've been wondering ourselves for quite some time, which is, if I can go to the next slide, how do we get to a larger user group around the world that is using cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology? So this is the technology adoption life cycle, the innovators that move to the early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards. Right now we are around 2.9 to 5.8 million users globally that is using Bitcoin, which is, you know, all things considered, not a lot of people. And that is a bit of a problem. So this was a University of Cambridge research that I can highly recommend you Google. There's tons of interesting data in it, and they calculated these numbers. So let's see where we need to go. Obviously, to be in the early adopter stage, if we believe that cryptocurrency can become, let's say, a global reserve currency, we need to be seeing the early adopter stage as 100 million, and then maybe early majority as 500 million users. So we're nowhere near this. So why is that so? If we look at the growth rates of social networks today, they go much faster than what Bitcoin or any of the other cryptocurrencies have experienced so far. So this is comparing Skype with Twitter, Gmail, Facebook, and WhatsApp from inception or launch of the product to the adoption curve of the different products. So you see within 4 years, WhatsApp was able to reach over 400 million users worldwide. Now Bitcoin was released its Genesis block in 2009. So definitely there's something different going on with cryptocurrency technology and adoption than with the social network that we have here on this list. So to start my point that I'm going to make today, I want to talk about public perception, which I think has quite a bit to do with why we're seeing this adoption curve. So if we go back in time from when I started in 2013, we go a little bit further back. So 2009 it was invented, the Genesis block, and essentially there was no public perception. The only ones who were using Bitcoin were the cyberpunks that were working in the forum to look at what Bitcoin is and experiment with it. And it's only to 2013 when probably a lot of you got involved. So who is here in the market since 2009? Anyone? Right, so no one in this room. 2010? One, yeah, there's a couple of hands. 2011? See, 2012? And then 2013. All right, 2014. We'll just keep going. All right, but 2013 was sort of the breakthrough moment for Bitcoin, where it caught the headlines of this weird little digital currency that suddenly became so valuable, and it attracted a lot of speculation. And then right after 2014, Mt. Gox went bankrupt, and we get to the phase that I like to call the Bitcoin bad phase. As a Bitcoin broker, one of the European leading ones, we've been plagued by this phase for quite some time now, trying to establish banking relationships. And I think anyone have had a cryptocurrency business or still running a cryptocurrency business can tell you the same, that 2014 was not an easy year to get anything done. And because of that, we started to see the emergence of a new narrative that had to be shaped in order to do work with the financial institutions and also to let the startups differentiate themselves against this Bitcoin bad phase. So that's where the blockchain good narrative emerged, which is 2015. And we suddenly see all these different types of startups that are moving away from cryptocurrencies and are now only talking about the underlying technology, blockchain, even though, of course, Bitcoin is the largest production blockchain in the world still today. And the second larger one is Ethereum, which is also a permissionless blockchain. So what we're seeing now, so we're in 2000, we founded the company in 2013, and we're now in 2017, is that by the end of 2016, we saw, in terms of the hype, blockchain died down a little bit within the financial institutions, and we saw the financial institutions almost going full circle, where suddenly the realization was there that, okay, maybe cryptocurrencies isn't all bad. You have central banks around the world exploring the creation of their own cryptocurrency. In the Nordics, you have the e-krona announced by the Swedish Riksbanken, where they're having a serious budget and a project plan to explore that. So we've gone almost full circle. And I think Andreas Antonopoulos also definitely went in that line. But interestingly enough, in my role as CEO of Safello, I've been talking to quite a few banks, and within the banks, we're meeting a lot of people as well that understand that it's not only the intranet of blockchains that can do a lot of good for efficiency, but there's also something about this weird little cryptocurrency that might have an impact on our business. So then we go to 2017, and this is my proposal for the community to make that the year of the narrative, which I think is where we need to be going. So to illustrate that, this is, in my view, still how the average population sees Bitcoin. For speculative purposes, a get-rich-quick scheme. It's quite nerdy. It's like, oh, if you know anyone in your close circle, they either want to get rich or they're your nephew that is quite tech savvy and bought some bitcoins. And then you have, especially in the Nordic media, there was a research done by the Stockholm School of Economics where they actually compared media articles between, let's say, the US, Britain, and Nordics, where there was a real emphasis about the negative and nefarious aspects of Bitcoin versus the New York Times and some of the international outlets that were more focused on the potential for the technology. So this still persists very much in the Nordics, but I think in a wider sense around the world when it comes to the developed countries of what Bitcoin is and what it means. Of course, if you go to developing countries, then that narrative is very different from how we perceive it. And on the blockchain side, then the narrative is very technical, and it's very much about settlement, contracts, trades, insurance, ledgers, optimizing efficiency, and making what already exists better. But it's not so much about the real potential and the cool stuff that captures most of the people that I know in our industry attention, and why they got into the cryptocurrency blockchain market in the first place. So there we go to my narrative one. What I believe that it should be about is about the real implications, the real use cases, the revolutionary aspect. There are some real revolutionary things about the technology and the impact it could bring if you look at the global financial system. It's been said many times, but the billions of people that are unbanked or underbanked. This narrative of the next internet and this comparison I like a lot, and that analogy, there's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, but in general I like the idea that we're moving from the internet that's all about information to the internet of value. The other point being doing good, I will go into an example of that. The same with sustainability. Of course, Bitcoin, sustainability, people are talking about the large mining operations in China and Asia that are everything but sustainable. Whereas, of course, the technology itself can lead to a sustainable world if we look at improving the way corporations are being transparent about their processes and tying that to a blockchain. So some of the trade finance cases and supply chain cases and provenance cases can definitely be on the sustainable side. How we deal with the mining operations and the footprint, the carbon footprint there, that's of course a different question. And the last one, and the most important one, in my opinion, is the fun side of things. If I look at, so this is my next slide, and I think this is an example. So I went this morning on, this is my big, we don't need solutions, but we need stories. And then if we look at the stories that are out there today, I obviously went to all of our favorite websites, Bitcoin Reddit. And the majority of stories here is about the scaling issue, right? We're now 2 years later when the first scaling issue started to emerge in discussion. And now it's still dominating. So we're talking about BU, we're talking about UASF, And we're talking here about BTU failure. So it's not about the promise of Bitcoin. So I tried to be neutral. I also got the BTC Reddit, similar picture. And then I said, okay, let's be totally fair and go to Ethereum and see what's going on there. And there, at least, there was one article that caught my attention, which was the UN wants to adopt Bitcoin and Ethereum, which I think is a great case. And it's actually an interesting one to highlight, and in a way of phrasing narratives around what blockchain can do and how you can look at highlighting the use cases with that narrative in mind. So to give you an example, and I have a couple of examples of how you can start thinking about phrasing either your product, your company, or the technology as such in a different light that can be more compelling to your audience. And one of them that I wanted to highlight is sustainability, but then particularly the UN goals. So this is the development goals for the UN until the year 2030. And you have no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water. I don't have to list them all, but I highlighted a couple of them. So that's no poverty, good jobs and economic growth, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, responsible consumption. Right, so these are goals formulated by the UN that I think a lot of the companies can build narratives around. And that goes into the product as well as in how you talk to the media. And we need that positive image, I think, to get through the next phase to adoption, to make people understand what this is all about and to help them start using it. So to give an example how Cefello used this practically in the product, so in 2014, I think it was, we launched this platform, which was donation pages, where we partnered up with 3 different charities that we created donation pages for, where they can directly receive Bitcoin donations, and then they could convert those to regular currency, or they can use the Bitcoins to help the charity. So in this case, it's Chivo. It's a Swedish organization that does child vaccination in Africa. And it was, obviously a good story because it was the lowest denominator that people couldn't really hate on when we're talking about cryptocurrency. And when we went into the Techstars Accelerator in London, we took that narrative where we initially tried to get bank accounts, which was an impossible mission, a whole different story, getting bank accounts from large banks. But by clinging on this particular narrative and the product that we already had, we were then able to do a globally unique deal around Bitcoin. And it was partnering up with Venture for America, where we created a donation page for them. And then we started looking at the reconciliation piece on the back end of that. And we wrote a white paper for that as well. So it is about creating that narrative that then opens up doors. One example. So the last slides are just more inspirational. I don't know how much time I've left. So another thing, a way to think about not only looking at what kind of products you want to develop, but also, again, the narrative is looking what other emerging technologies are there and what combination of these technologies can lead to interesting products and interesting ideas. So this is the Gartner hype cycle. Probably blockchain is on there. Yeah, blockchain is there's blockchain, obviously on the peak of the hype cycle. So this was 2016, and I think it's now on its way out. And that's what I meant with the timeline that we saw in the beginning. But if you think of blockchain and then some of the other technologies, okay, what is blockchain in combination with virtual personal assistants? What is blockchain with augmented reality, virtual reality? And I think, I don't know the answers to what those products might look like or what the stories behind those products would look like, but it's another way to look at it. Got 2 more. And that's about the Bitcoin definition. So this is, again, from a talking point of view. The definition of Bitcoin has been very cluttered. And the reason why people think Bitcoin is bad, and therefore everything that is cryptocurrency is bad, because they don't necessarily understand what Bitcoin is. So what I found was very helpful in talking to financial institutions and consumers is to separate the different definitions of blockchain into 4 separate parts. Some of you might disagree with this, but one of them is the protocol. So this is what you would typically refer to as blockchain. Then the other is the cash element. So this is using Bitcoin as a currency, which is whole different use cases and different stories. Then it's the digital gold. It's a means to save money, to speculate in. So I think this In practice, this makes up probably 90% of our market today. And in order to change that, we need to build more use cases and narratives around these other definitions. And the last one is the token. I like to call it the tokens, where we're thinking about smart contracts and all the applications of blockchain in a wider sense. So 4 definitions and many stories to tell around those. And I'd like to finish off with an example. I don't want to show myself, but just for the reference, this is me. I did a TEDx talk where I talked about essentially storing money in your brain, and for me it was sort of a conceptual, interesting idea that having a private key and a public key and storing the hash in the word combination to unlock the money in your brain, you could, in a war situation, move from country A to B and maintain your wealth, so you don't have to carry, I don't know, the gold. And for me, it was sort of an interesting, fun idea that someone at some point might do, until somebody commented on Reddit, and they said that I actually drove to the GDPR militant checkpoint with funds well encrypted on my cloud account. So these are what I like to call the human interest stories. Like, find people around the world that have something to tell, that actually are using it. Like, another great article that I read was how people in Venezuela are actually buying goods from the United States using Bitcoin because their currency is completely inflated. So there are these stories, but they're not really told in the right way to get a wider audience captured. Not saying that this will necessarily help with the adoption. I think ultimately we need to build a social fabric into all the products that we're building. That's the only way those products that I showed on the second slide, why they're growing so fast. But to summarize for some of the inspiration, I list sustainability, emerging technologies, the definitions of Bitcoin, and human interest. And that's it. And I have one small announcement around Cefello. For everybody who's Norwegian, there was a VAT case in Norway where you couldn't buy Bitcoins because they were taxing the actual Bitcoins. That was lifted in the early January, I think. And Cefello today is launching Norwegian kroner buying through bank transfers. So if you go to our website, you can start using it. Thank you. Questions? Time for questions? No? Any questions? Questions? No questions? One question.
Just a comment that the growth curve that you showed in the beginning,
Yeah.
is a good observation to be that the 4 first ones were desktop primarily, whereas that was mobile.
Was mobile first.
It was, more or less mobile only in the beginning.
Yeah.
They went later on to desktop.
So for someone who didn't, I'll repeat it for those that didn't hear. The WhatsApp case was interesting because it was mobile only, I think, in the beginning. So that was one of the reasons. And of course, mobile first is now one of the most often strategies for launching your product. Good observation. Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you.
2 panel debates today, so that's quite impressive. Paul is the CEO and co-founder of the company Airbits, which has been voted one of the top 50 fintech companies to watch. He has flown in from San Diego along with his wife and kid, so
Thank you.
was a bit unlucky with the weather, but I hope you will have a good time even still. We are at least very happy to have you here. So take it away.
Cool. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for coming. So once again, my name is Paul Pui. I'm CEO and co-founder of Airbits. To many people, we are kind of good Bitcoin wallet for mobile, iOS, and Android, with a really key focus on making key management, private key management, really simple and familiar for users. What we're going to talk about today is not the security of blockchain, but how the blockchain has actually motivated a completely new paradigm in security, one that we can use both for blockchain apps and actually for other conventional apps as well. So let's look at what we do today for a lot of security for digital applications. We use what's called a centralized security model, where we take data and we put it in the cloud, right? The cloud's big. That's what every company's trying to adopt, especially IBM and Microsoft. We put it with them. However, now we have to trust the central authorities with our data. And the problem with this model is that there's many weak points to attack. You can attack the network, you can attack the servers. You have to trust these third-party storage providers. You have to trust the people with them. And because of that, we've seen that this model effectively creates a lot of the security issues we've been seeing today. And this happens both in the blockchain space, with exchanges especially, because they are effectively centralized security model, such as Mt. Gox, as well as conventional companies, like in the US, a lot of the banks have been hacked, JP Morgan Chase, a lot of the retail establishments, Home Depot in the US, even large companies which have tremendous resources like Apple, have been attacked and compromised user data because there's simply too much incentive to attack this model. And this is the key problem with this model, is that the incentive structure is inverted. So what do we fundamentally think is the answer to this model? Well, we think what's called edge security is the model. Take data, and instead of securing it with central authorities, secure it at the edges of the network. Make it where individual people on their devices are the ones that have access to their own data. Encrypt it locally, and then back it up. So data is secured before it gets saved on the device, before it gets onto the network, and before it ever touches a server. So the beauty of this model is not only does it increase the difficulty to attack the system, but it also decreases the reward from any attempt at attacking, because instead of getting everybody's value by getting into one system, you only get that individual device that you may be able to get into. One thing about this model as well, if you look at devices that access the internet, devices typically will make outgoing or incoming connections. If you are a server, globally accessible, centralized, almost certainly you're going to make some outgoing, but you're going to have to take in a tremendous amount of incoming traffic. Your personal devices, your laptop, your cell phone, 90+% are making outgoing connections. Those incoming connections you can think of as like a castle with a big moat that protects the castle, but it has to lower the drawbridge at one point in time. And it has to lower the drawbridge and hope that the right people come in, but the wrong people stay out. And that's a very hard thing to do, especially digitally. And so what has the blockchain done? What's the motivation of the blockchain? Well, for the first time ever, data is equal to money. Now, a little string of letters and numbers this big on your screen can equal any amount of data that you could possibly own that you want to put into digital currency. And so now this centralized trust model has broken down. It's no longer good enough to secure data that equals money. So the unique thing about blockchain is it's private key based. You don't log into the blockchain, you need to own this private key, which is effectively your way of authenticating to your value. And so this ecosystem of Bitcoin and blockchain has created tools that encompass this new model of edge security. Effectively, Bitcoin wallets implement aspects of edge security. Our company Airbits, then there's hardware solutions or software solutions, and multi-sig solutions, as many people might have touched in this space. So people can kind of choose what type of a solution they're looking at implementing for themselves, but all of them, especially the real wallets, not the hosted ones, not the exchanges, but the real wallets implement user-controlled data. They just happen to be data of private keys. In addition, I've noticed this in talking with people in the Bitcoin and blockchain space, there's tools to do edge security. They have existed for years. Client-side encryption tools, backup and synchronization tools. These have existed, but I hardly ever ran into people that used them. Although I was talking with someone today, actually, that said, yeah, ever since Bitcoin and blockchain, I started using some of this stuff, this encryption tools, that I'd never used before. Well, this is the motivation that it's created. It's forced us to learn how to use some of these new tools, or to create ones that are easy enough for the masses to use. And so once you figure out how to get private keys secured and adopted by the masses, what else can you do with that technology? Well, once you secure private keys for a blockchain, you could do other things with a public and private key. You can do public-private key authentication. This is a means of reducing the hundreds of passwords that you have to use to authenticate to many different centralized websites. Why use a username and password to authenticate to a central server when you can use a digital signature? The way you authenticate to a blockchain, use a digital signature to authenticate to a website. So this protocol, BitID, there's another one called FIDO, uses public-private key authentication, and we support this inside of Airbits in our wallet, and a few others do as well. It's an open protocol, anyone can adopt it. If you have a web server that has authentication, I encourage you to look into this, and then let others know that they can do this. It's a much easier way of authenticating, yet it's also more secure. As well, identity. Really, when you're authenticating to a website, all you're doing is proving your identity to that website. But what if we could do that on a grander scale and actually use a private key to prove our identity without giving up the identity? These are two very different things, but in our world, we're used to doing both at the same time. I want to prove I am, so I give you everything that you need to become me, which is effectively the broken model. With zero-knowledge public-private key signatures, I sign with the private, you never see it. You can prove that it's me using the public key. And that's really exciting because it changes the way we prove identity, although there is the adoption problem. How do we get enough companies, governments to use it so that we can actually deploy it? Other uses for edge security. So we talked primarily about public and private keys and using edge security for that, but really private keys are just data. If you can figure out a good way to secure the data, does it have to be a private key? Does it have to be for digital currency? Does it have to be for authentication? Well, we're excited to be using edge security for just information management, our own personal information. So your contact list, potentially even healthcare records, financial applications that have financial records, such as the Quickens and the QuickBooks and the ERPs of today. All of them either use a cloud-based model or a very, very local model where the data is not encrypted, not backed up, and it's fully user managed. Going back to public and private keys, IoT devices. A lot of people are talking blockchain and IoT, but no one's really described exactly how those two fit. To me, the security model behind the blockchain fits IoT well in the sense that authenticating with these devices, the potentially millions of these devices out in the world, could be made incredibly much more secure if you authenticated with them using public-private key authentication. How many have heard about the recent hack that happened a few months ago where a lot of, I believe, IoT devices, and I think they might have even been light bulbs, were attacked and used to create a DDoS attack on some of the biggest companies in the world, such as Facebook, Twitter, and whatnot. You guys, does that ring a bell? It was a few months ago, and we have short-term memory, I understand. But that hit a majority of the headlines. And that attack occurred because there was embedded in the firmware basically an admin password used to access the device. If that had been public-private key technology, we would have been able to circumvent a significant amount of that effort, if not all of it. So using that to authenticate to IoT devices, I think, is one of the key things missing in a lot of the concerns behind IoT and security and them not going well together. But private keys help that. So what's the challenge, though, with private keys and edge security? Why have we not been adopting this stuff? You know, this stuff has actually been available for almost 2 or more decades, encryption and backup. Well, if you look at the way we've been doing private key management, even in the blockchain space, even though we've motivated this, look at how we've been doing it for the past couple of years. This is a screenshot of kind of a typical Bitcoin wallet and how you do backup of those keys. One is to actually, and this is on mobile, save a PDF on mobile along with this 15-character password. Don't lose the PDF and don't lose the password, which you didn't create. So we're telling people, go do this as a means of actually the financial future. Second, this is one that people are probably more familiar with a lot of wallets. Here's 12 completely random words that we want you to write down and save and don't lose. And a bit more usable, but very alien, very unfamiliar. And so we try to define things as like, well, what's easy to use initially is at least what's familiar. So try to bring things as familiar as possible. And this is actually one of our partners that is deploying Airbits. I don't say who they are because it's a little embarrassing, even they're embarrassed by it, but this is their login subsystem into their decentralized app on Ethereum. And so in the login subsystem, you enter a password, and then it creates a username. That's your username. 300 plus upper lowercase numbers, and then they say, go save your username, and then use it to log in when you log into their decentralized app in the future. So the challenge, once again, and this is kind of an edge secure application, you know, the keys are never given to a central party, but the usability is really, really flawed. So that's the challenge that we've had, is how do we get the stuff deployed? How do we get edge security deployed when this has been what it looks like to adopt it? And so what are we doing at Airbits to give you an idea of how we try to tackle this problem and how it fits into the ecosystem? So we've built an edge security platform that implements a lot of the nuggets of technology that have existed but have never been put together in a cohesive way. One is encryption, client-side encryption. That's the core fundamental necessity of edge security. Take data, whether they be keys or personal info, and encrypt it client-side on the user's device with their own credentials only they can unlock. And then automatically back it up, automatically synchronize it between different devices, so it just feels like you're logging in, if you're logging in on your browser, your mobile, your laptop. And then implement revision control, so if the data gets corrupted or inadvertently edited, you can roll it back, similar to cloud-based solutions. Implement two-factor authentication, so if a device is if a password is compromised, it doesn't compromise your account. And this is a big nugget. We're probably the only encryption platform that allows lost password recovery. It's a very unique little piece that many people say, did we patent? And I think I just came out of a patent discussion where I said, no, we don't patent anything. You know, the idea is open. Our implementation is what we license. And all of that is with the familiarity of just simply creating an account, like you would do on a website or on a mobile app. You know, no keys, nothing to write down, nothing to save, no files to save. And then we've taken this platform and actually deployed it as a single sign-on solution. So for a lot of people, how many people here use like login with Twitter, Facebook, Google? Come on, oh yeah, we're all guilty. That's all good. So they're super convenient, right? One account gets you access to multiple different websites. It's a really convenient thing. The challenge is that it's very trust-based. If someone compromised my Google account or compromised Google in general, they could single sign on to every account that every user on Google used on any other website. So it's convenient, but at a compromise of trust. So what we've built is actually an edge secure model of single sign-on. We call it edge login, so that one encrypted account can effectively share encrypted data with multiple decentralized apps. Like OAuth and Facebook can't work with decentralized apps. You'll notice that none of the dApps in the Ethereum space and the Bitcoin space, none of them use Facebook or Google because they can't actually secure private keys for users, whereas this can, such that no one has access to the keys for these dApps other than the end user, not the application provider and not Airbits. So it works with open source decentralized apps. And we have a handful of some of the biggest partners in the dApp space deploying this. I think Wings is presenting today on what their platform is doing, and they've integrated Airbits. So has Augur, the prediction market on Ethereum, and a handful of others, and there's many things that can be done with the space. What are we doing right now that I think touches the majority of people, the consumer space? Well, we have a Bitcoin wallet that people can check out if you haven't already used it. Most of our growth has been in the US, so I'd love to hear feedback from people overseas as well. And it uses the edge security model that I just presented to you to secure private keys, obviously, the big thing. But as well, in the app, you can actually put metadata for all the transactions, like you can see in this screenshot. So who did I pay? What was the fiat value? What's the category? Some notes. All of that is data that's encrypted, client-side, edge secured, backed up, and synchronized. So it's almost like a mini Quicken and QuickBooks inside of your wallet that has the full privacy of a Bitcoin wallet. All the settings of the app are all encrypted and backed up, as well as edge logging into the different decentralized apps. Those keys are all encrypted the same way with edge security. As well, built into the app is a plugin infrastructure so that third-party applications can integrate and provide value-added services such as being able to buy and sell Bitcoin. So we have two partners, one in the US in Gladera and one in Europe out of Switzerland that allow people buy Bitcoin in now over 20 countries. And we just launched it, I think actually literally yesterday for all of Europe. So anywhere that you can do a SEPA transaction, you can actually buy Bitcoin inside of our app, and it's integrated so that the Bitcoin automatically shows up in your wallet in private keys you control versus them sitting on an exchange, which is the default for most platforms. That's effectively it. What I'm kind of as a recap and a summary, this space has a lot of exciting things that it's building. And the decentralized app infrastructure, the ICOs, which I just came out of a panel talking about as well, give access to more people a resource that was limited before. And in the same sense, this new paradigm in security gives access to people a security model that has been relegated before to IT departments and centralized institutions. So giving back control of people, not just to the financial aspect of their lives, but also to their own data, is what we're really excited about, and what I'm excited that this entire space is motivated. And so thanks a lot. I think we got maybe a few minutes for questions, if there are any. Cool. Thanks a lot, everybody. Oh, and if anybody doesn't already have a Bitcoin or Airbits wallet, I have a few kind of private key gift cards that I'm happy to give out for anyone that's looking to try out the app. Cool. Any questions? Yes. Sure, sure. Got it. So they'll mostly lean on our partners. So Glidera is about 1%. So that's in the US. Biddy, I think, is, I believe, 1 to 2%. I don't quote me exactly hard on that, but I believe it's within the range of what I call, not quite OTC, but brokerage style exchanges. So it's not going to be like the 0.5%, 1/4% you'd get from a full order matching exchange like a Bitstamp. But Coinbase is 1.5%, so it's lower than Coinbase, right? So yeah, better than Coinbase by a little bit, but not by a drastic large margin. It's definitely better than any of the physical services with cash. It's better than any that charge with a credit card. Credit card fees and the fraud risk of them, they'll typically be in the 5 to 8%. So I'd say it's in the very reasonable range. That 1% is what we're targeting for any additional partners. And we do invite any other partners that are deploying in other regions, buy-sell services. If you have an API, it can get integrated into the wallet as well. And so we'd like to be able to support other regions. Cool. Any other question? Yes?
One of the previous talks here was about KYC.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any way to integrate that into your platform, and how to kind of tie in existing identity checks?
So the question is KYC, and is there a way to integrate that into our platform? So our platform is fully anonymous, right? The actual core of our security platform, that's a key piece of our security. If we de-anonymized it, it would actually be an attack vector, because now you could identify who owns blobs of encrypted data on our service and try to brute force that data. By not knowing who owns any blob, you don't know where the value is. So you don't, even if you wanted to try to brute force encrypted data, you don't know which encrypted data has any value. So that's an important piece. Now, if you incorporated the Airbits platform into your app, such as any of the dApps that have incorporated, you're welcome to add KYC on top of it. So we don't see any of the user information, but you can on your servers collect that information as you need and see fit for your own purpose. But we want to keep our platform as anonymous as possible, because different clients might want that anonymity, but other clients may want to layer KYC on top of it. Our partners for the exchanges, though, they do ask for KYC information, some little, some less, but none of that goes to Airbits. Yeah. Cool. Anything else?
Okay.
Well, cool. Thanks so much, everyone. And yeah, if anyone wants some of the private key cards, there's a little bit of Bitcoin on there. Just come to me afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you. So now there will be a 20-minute break. So I'll see you back in 20 minutes.
I love my Airbus wallet. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is on my leasing, they have started utilizing GPS data to find buyers and sellers, buyer-sellers communities. Are you guys thinking about something like that?
No, we've had people inquire about that in the past. The thing is, there's other tools that are really popular in payments, like local Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And so,
I was hoping local Bitcoin would come out.
oh, if you already got the app, we'll just send it to you, right? Direct. That's always easier. It's easier to give you a card, bro.
This is how you back in the digital economy.
Okay, don't have to. No need to bow down.
You say, seeing the similarity between the old and the new. Yeah, I just give him the app readily. You're doing fantastic stuff.
The future of payments is looking through the backpack.
For a piece of paper.
That is fantastic.
The device sending has to have internet. The device receiving needs to be able to detect it over the internet. So you still need internet connection to detect the transaction and send, but I can actually grab the QR code over Bluetooth. Yeah.
Well, you can grab on anything. We tried doing
Fantastic.
We tried doing it over the network.
Least frictionless transactions. Fantastic. Wow.
Thank you.
I had a stamp in my special business card, and I'm like, where did I put that stamp? Now I'm worried. I hope I just left it home. These are the blank cards. Well, here's a blank
Just the request. And your name is? This is so cool. So good.
No, we've been working hard at it.
For the last 3 years.
Did you guys know this? Don't we have access to CPA transfers? It does, okay. Is there a significant fee to get into Euro? When you do a separate conversion to a Euro bank? Okay, is that considered high? Not too bad. Okay. So yes, our exchange partners in they have a European bank, so you can see the transfer from buy that one. And their KYC is really low. You can buy a few $100 worth or a few €100 worth with an email and phone number.
Then you have to upgrade.
Once you want to buy more than a few thousand a year, then you can upgrade with more KYC. But at least it's a very frictionless initial one. KYC is pretty low to get started. Yeah. I haven't had to, so I do. I cannot seem to. I don't know if I practice life. Maybe I think I left them in the hotel in all honesty. So there's nothing on here. Like, they can install it all. Send it right to you. So there's not, like I said, there's nothing on here. It has our company cards and the card would have needed, you would have needed to install the wallet anyway. But if you install the wallet completely and have I apologize. All this trouble to print those cards out.
Digital beggars. Do you get any?
Whatever your device says, and then you can specify whatever name you want. You say this is
that.
blank
Oh,
name.
it was the name. Yeah.
You actually go.
This is Security's iPhone. That was what you go to. Yes.
And you can go here and say nothing. You can say sending a payment request, and then you can just put whatever name you want. He's strongly motivated. Let's say about blockchain. Strongly motivated by multi-sig. So, have you heard of Bitcoin and how they do multi-sig? So it's a split key mechanism where the service holds one key, the user holds maybe one or two keys, and the two of them combined to spend. The password recovery is a similar thing. It's not a signature trusted encryption. So the user emails themselves. It's them paying for themselves. It's not necessarily. They email themselves, and then they set up recovery questions and answers. So I think it really answers those questions. It gives you back to hey, you're not alone. There's an email to buy it on your account. So it gets what we call close to minimize social control, but utilizes third-party services to be able to kind of untrust, not fully trusted model. So we can't unlock any of the data. You still need to keep it only you have. You need the answer to the question of that email. So it's a combination. It's similar to the way that if you set it up, I think it'll ask you, hey, you don't remember password, recommend setting recovery. After you see like which when we set it up was only like $20. Now it's like $100. It's a little bit more. Exactly. Cool.
Is that to introduce friction into the loop, or is it just because it's to recover the password recovery? Yeah.
The password recovery is to make it so that people that actually do forget their password are able to get back into their account.
Yeah,
So,
but you said the $20 fee and the
oh no, it's not a fee. It's just a reminder.
Oh.
So we don't want people to get kind of burdened with the password recovery when they've only just opened up their wallet. Maybe send $5.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay.
So the feedback from the users, we try listening to the user base. So we said, oh my god, I don't want to set people up with a wallet. It's like, hey, do this, and this, just for them to send in $1. So we make it where they get a certain threshold, and then we remind them.
Yeah.
It's still not required.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. There's a lot of human element in the wallet. There's even reminders for people to see if they remember their password after a certain threshold. Logins, if they use the PIN all the time, or Touch ID, and it's like, hey, they've only used Touch ID for the past like 20 logins or 5. It'll remind them.
Apple do that same, and that's also for increased security, because if somebody has picked up your PIN after a certain time, or if you're larger transactions, all of a sudden you have to use the long password. For the icon to the account.
I don't think we require the long password at this point. We just recommend people re-enter to see that they know it. And if they don't know it, then give them a chance to either change it or send out their money to a new account. So the human factor really try to analyze what's human behavior relative to key management. Not to be kind of streamlined. We have some ideas going forward that we haven't implemented yet. Like social recovery, being able to recover using other people that you know, almost like a multi-sig. Multi-sig doesn't work for encrypted data. Encrypted data is a different signatures. But being able to do that for encrypted data is one of our visions. Split the key amongst different people, whether it's use your device and ask them, hey, can you see that key back? Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about social recovery. The challenge being is that in order for it to be fairly useful, you need to have pretty good broad adoption of whatever that tool is. So, like right now, if we had social recovery today, I don't know who I would actually give the other keys to. Like, I wouldn't trust my mom with it. She's more likely to lose it than me. And everyone else, like,
But you can trust me. My uncle knows me.
Exactly, right? Once I think that crypto becomes fairly well adopted, you know, the person next to you just has crypto and your friend, then I feel like you could then deploy social recovery. But until then, we need other recovery mechanisms.
Would Facebook or something like that adopt your platform and just
I fundamentally don't think so. I think a lot of the established players are so, like their mindset doesn't even wrap around security. They're so used to the centralized model that they don't even know what to do with it.
and they love it because it gives them centralized control and data. They can even be the middleman attack.
Exactly.
You know, they can
They are the middleman attack of all of your logic.
all of your logins. That's crazy actually.
So that's why I don't think that they will adopt this. It just doesn't fit their entire business model.
Business model, yes.
It also becomes tough from the viewpoint of all the companies in our space like us trying to pitch. Like, yeah, when we get acquired by every company at Facebook, we really have to achieve a fairly high level of adoption, where maybe those big companies are not forced to, because as users, we demand it. And then we may become an acquisition target.
I'm using all of your techniques and more to make kind of interface. Because that interface is nothing unless it has software that do all the nitty-gritty. And I'm building that.
I went through half a decade worth of really poor interface with computers. Like, I got really bad at chemistry. And I remember dreaming about it. I wonder if I'll ever be an engineer again and just like plug into the brain, And I thought I'd never really use a computer. I really thought I'd never really use a computer that bad. And that my hope would have been more on technology. Luckily, I have healed most of it.
I've been doing this for the last 15 years because this is a big bit of complexity, and the majority of the technology that we need, the infrastructure, is coming together. The perfect storm of all of these exponential technologies. And I'm trying to build your shadow, digital shadow, that will be autonomous, and it will answer all your security needs and transaction needs without your video blessing, but without your constant nagging kind of, already getting texted.
Digital native.
Yeah, you digital native, but it will become your digital partner and shadow, and you will rely on it just as if it was you. And that will happen fairly soon. And then you'll be able to.
Everybody else is set up for that.
Money. Everybody wants it.
I scanned someone else's picture. I didn't send it. I'm not sure who this was, but all of a sudden,
You're just going to.
I scanned someone's key, but I never actually sent money. So
But there was a girl. There was a girl.
I sent her some money now. Where they like,
She'll get double.
yeah, maybe she'll get double.
Well, look at
Just everything's in the app store. Yeah, it should be in the app store.
I did that while you were talking, so
Yeah, you can tag transactions. It's like I was mentioning, 100% private. Like no one sees any of that. It's like a little mini quick in. Switch accounts out. You do create an account.
you have to go through it.
You know what I do have here? I was supposed to put these onto cards. These are the private keys. But I couldn't put them onto the cards.
No.
The printer printed on US size stickers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't really show them. Who do I owe some to? Yeah, this is very. I heard you guys are really trustworthy. Trustworthy country.
Yeah.
Put that to the test. Or download it.
You're living a dangerous life.
Private keys. Well, these private keys only work on Airbit, so worst case, you'll just download them. Oh. Yeah.
How was that?
They're encrypted, and the key is inside of the app. Actually, they're really cool. They're a great marketing tool as well. Because in addition to their being they're encrypted, the app recognizes them in computer server for a marketing message to be shown in the app when you scan the key. So we'll partner with some events. And so it'll say like, hey, I got some Bitcoin for going to a blah blah conference, and hashtag sign that, mention this and that, and then
It will also display a landing site kind of.
it won't display the side. Well, you can put a link.
Yeah.
in the tweet,
Okay.
right? And it can pre-populate the tweet that they would send. So but they don't have to send it. It's when it's like if they wanted to.
I wanted to offer you the same idea.
Oh right,
Oh,
right.
It's,
It's so much prettier than what I got.
we can help you make it really
I promise you, it looks much better if I can just find the cards.
It looks like exactly the same product. But I can't read this one. I just read this one and
Instructions
now I'm going to
Is this a regular private key?
Yeah.
So what is the actual? Actually, we're here from Knowit, and we have yeah, you know my colleague. We have some fantastic designers, and they've helped us set up. Well, here's one of them. Is this just a paper wallet for introducing people to Bitcoin? Yeah. Okay. So how do we get you off blockchain.info? Actually, it was the only app I could find that would take kind of. Which apps can do that now? Really? Including I mean, Airbits can scan a raw. It should be able to. I should try. Well, since this is money for me, I can scan it and then send it to someone else. People send money. Very good. Whenever you run out of these, you got to reprint. Actually, the cards that I did have were left over from the other event. So Bitcoin was worth a lot less, so they're 10 mil, which are like $12. I was going to give it. I think I tried all of these and ended up with different. And if you wanted to, like I said, if you wanted to deploy this, but with like a marketing message, you can do that. You can mention the group or outside, add some keys, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you're already telling people to download a specific program, exactly. We're already kind of steering people in one direction. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, this will be the one where you can put some marketing behind it. Cool. Yeah. And I think we could at least we have some resources to bootstrap that effort. Like maybe the first 100 or so will populate for you. You know, and then after that, take it on the wall.
If I use the same key again now on my position.
Yeah, there's no money. It's already been swept.
Yeah. No. I'm just the dispute resolution would happen.
Dispute.
You know, the
If you use the same key, there's no money in it now, so it would be empty.
Okay.
Because I swept it.
So it went that fast. So
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's unconfirmed.
That's what I was talking about. I was just going to
Same time?
At the same time,
test.
it's very likely that one of the two would get rejected by the network, unless the first broadcast was like an RBF, replaced by a fee, and the second
In high fee.
then you publish another one with a higher fee. But under the default, non-RBF, the nodes are programmed to reject it as soon as they've already seen that spend. So it would be a double spend. Yeah.
Because I was just going to try.
It's possible. You'd have to right at the same time, and then you have to try to target wallets that are hitting nodes that are far from each other. And so our wallet actually hits.
Delay.
Yeah, that way there's a delay. So when you broadcast to one node, he hasn't seen the broadcast to another. Our wallet actually connects to about 4 to 5 nodes, randomly picking the ones that have the best connectivity to where you are. And the thing I didn't mention with the wallet too is the wallet doesn't rely on Airbit's nodes. So it actually connects to open Electrum server nodes. You can actually specify your own now if you wanted to. And so even if our infrastructure went 100% down, our margins went down, use your password to log in and send out your money and receive money. So that's unique. Blockchain doesn't allow you to do that. And you have a lot of downtime. With a little JS file, it'll let you populate this whole sheet in one transaction and generate all these keys. It's a little, not the friendliest to set up. But once it's set up, it's not too hard. Yeah. It'll generate and send money all of these. Like one for the wallet I was using.
30 sekunder, så vi må Ja, jeg vet ikke hvordan vi skal Hvilken kabel er det som
Skal vi se.
Er det HDMI, eller?
Jeg tror det er begge. Den
Ja,
er
ok,
det veldig
det er
fast av.
det var det.
Jeg tror vi har VGA også, hvis du skulle trenge det. Men jeg tror vi har VGA også, om du skulle
Ja.
trenge det, men HDMI er vel
HDMI er fint.
så bra.
Nå? Hallo? Ja. Ja, det ser ikke ut som det kommer til å komme så veldig mye mer. Ja.
All right, then I think we're ready to start up again. Our next speaker is William Rode. William works as a senior consultant at Bearing Point, and he held this talk at a blockchain meetup last summer. That meetup turned out to be the meetup with the most attendees ever in the Norwegian blockchain community, and he swept the audience away. So no pressure, but we hope you will do the same today.
Thank you. How's the sound? Okay, so I'd like to start off the DAO. Start off by just presenting a little bit about the background and why I chose to have a talk about the DAO at all. It doesn't necessarily sound like the best presentation, a blockchain case study. It sounds kind of boring, but I think it's quite an interesting case because it's one of the biggest failures within the blockchain space, and it has a legacy to this very day. In addition to that, I think it's insightful to understand how blockchains work, and it kind of tugs at some of the underlying ideological questions that you kind of face in a blockchain community. In addition to that, it actually has a personal dimension. So a little under a year ago, I stayed awake for 2 days and 2 nights. I didn't go to work. I was homesick from work. I essentially just stayed in my apartment, stuck in front of my computer screen. And the reason why, and I was also quite paranoid, and the reason why was that somebody had transferred $100 million worth of Ether to my account on the blockchain. I had a tiny part in the DAO war, and I'll get back to that later, but I think I should start off by explaining what a DAO is. So a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization, but that doesn't really mean that much to most people. So essentially what a DAO is an organization which doesn't have any management, it doesn't have any central administration, no CEO, and so forth. Instead, the rules of interactions for this organization are instead defined by a set of instructions residing on the blockchain, so smart contracts on the blockchain. So for these types of organizations, you essentially have the rules of interactions. The governance model is defined by the smart contracts. So the DAO was one of many DAOs, and the purpose of the DAO was essentially to work as a vehicle for crowd investment. So what would happen is that everybody would send their money to the DAO, and then they would invest in different projects from different contractors. So contractors could say, hey, look at this fantastic project I have within the Ethereum ecosystem. Send me my money, and I'll give you a good return on your investment. Then the people in the DAO could essentially vote for which of these projects that they wanted to invest in. And hopefully they then get a good return on investment. Another thing which is important to remember relating to the DAO is that these are smart contracts. And essentially, a smart contract is an autonomous bit of software on a blockchain. And so it was very clear from the start that if you invested in a DAO, you were signing up for the terms and conditions as they were written in the smart contract code. So essentially, the code was the law. And I'll get back to why that was important. So here I made a very simple illustration of how the DAO essentially looked. You had all the money, or the Ether, which is like the Bitcoin of the Ethereum blockchain, which all the investors had sent in return for a little ownership stake in this contract. Now, when you're creating a smart contract like this that defines governance, you have to be careful of two things. Obviously, you shouldn't have any issues with your code. It shouldn't be hackable. That makes sense. The other thing you have to think about is that none of these people necessarily know each other and trust each other, so you have to make sure that their incentives are aligned when they interact with this contract. One big challenge here is called a majority attack. And a majority attack is essentially a proposal to the contract that all of the Ether should be sent, all of the money should be sent to 51% of the investors. So essentially the 51% collude together and say all the money should be sent back to us. They get a 2x return on investment, and the 49% are left with nothing. Just an ownership in an empty contract. Now, there were essentially two safety mechanisms to deal with this. The first of all was a group of trusted people from the community called the curators. These people essentially made sure that all the proposals that were laid before the voters were legitimate. So they would deny any proposal in which you try to send the money back to the 51%. The second functionality was called a split, because what if you didn't like what had been whitelisted by the curators and everybody had voted for? The DAO governance model allowed you to take your Ether, your stake in the contract, and essentially split it out into a copy. So you'd create a copy of the contract, you'd move your money out, you'd burn your ownership tokens, and then you'd get new ownership in that copy DAO. We call it child DAOs. The last safety mechanism was a time locking mechanism. Essentially, you couldn't start moving funds around from that child DAO before a certain period of time. So, this DAO, this smart contract, was launched on the 30th of April in 2016. And it was the largest crowdfunding in all of history. People were sending Ether, and in the end, it ended up with $152 million worth of Ether sent into this contract. That was 14% of all Ether in existence, so all Bitcoin which existed on that blockchain. $152 million. And despite this huge success with crowdfunding, there were some issues. First of all, there were some governance issues, but they were minor. I won't go so much into them. But the real big issue was a bug that had been discovered in a similar DAO. Somebody saw that this bug also could apply to this DAO. Now, the founders or the creators of the DAO, the people who had written the contract, said that no funds were at risk because of this bug. But I wouldn't be standing here presenting the DAO hack if that was the case. So let's have a little bit of little look at this bug. So remember ironically, it's related to the very functionality which was supposed to stop a governance hack. So remember the possibility of splitting out your ownership stake if you didn't agree with the rest, what had been voted for. You could then essentially say, I'm splitting, I'm in, you remember this part, I just explain it, and then move your funds out of the contract. The bug was that before burning your token, before burning your ownership stake in the DAO, you could essentially say, wait, before I burn my token, giving back my ether. That was the bug. So essentially you could recursively call, or you could call that action to get your ether out of the contract again and again and again, and you would essentially just keep on draining the contract of its money. That was the bug. And on the 17th of June, a hacker used that bug to exploit to start draining money from the DAO. Now these are some screenshots from an internet forum, which I took at the time. And what's quite interesting here, these are people from, at least the two top ones, is a person from Slockit, so the creators of the DAO. What's interesting to think about here is that even though they've created this smart contract, they have absolutely no control over its actions more than anyone else. That's the whole point of smart contracts. These are autonomous agents residing on a blockchain. These people don't have any more control over it than anyone else. They could just watch as the hacker drained millions and millions upon dollars from the contract. In the end, they actually asked the whole community to start spamming the whole network with transactions as a measure to try to slow down the transactions draining the DAO. So in the end, the hacker managed to drain $50 million worth of ether from the contract. Now, after this, some researchers published the details, the nitty-gritty details of how the hack functioned. The problem was that when these details became public, there was still $100 million worth of ether in the original contract. So you essentially had a receipt of how to start draining this dollars out of the original contract. So a couple of days after the original hack, what seems like to be a new attacker started slowly draining ether from the attack. Fortunately, though, this time, a group of good guys, also known as white hat hackers, were ready. What they did was essentially take the same bit of an improved version of the hack and started draining the DAO themselves. So they took matters in their own hands and really attacked their own contracts, because some of the white hat hackers were the same people who built the actual contract. So they ended up having to hack their own contract. In the end, they managed to drain around $100 million into this contract. And remember at the beginning when I said I had $100 million worth of ether in my account? I was the curator of this contract, so saying that it was my money was kind of a stretch, but it got your attention, and that was what I wanted to do. Now remember, after you created these child DAOs, you had the funds in those contracts were locked for a period of time. So you couldn't start moving this money around in the beginning. And so essentially, the whole community had some time in which they could discuss what to do next. And after a big backwards and forwards, there were essentially just two options. The first option was to do nothing, let the hacker get away with it, essentially. The second option was to do what's called a hard fork. Now, a hard fork is essentially a change in the rules of the blockchain. So everybody agrees simultaneously that the rules that used to apply don't apply anymore, and we essentially fork the blockchain as is. Now, the hard fork that was intended was, remember, these child DAOs was to force the money out of these smart contracts and move them into another contract so the investors, the DAO token holders, could get their original money back. That was the intention of the hard fork, and the community had a little bit of time to decide whether to go for it or not. The challenge was that, maybe many people in this room think, well, obviously, you shouldn't let a hacker get away with it. But it wasn't quite that simple. See, Ethereum is a decentralized platform that runs smart contracts. This is taken from their website. They promise that the applications or the smart contracts run exactly as programs, with any possibility of downtime, censorship, fraud, or third-party interference. Some people argue that the hacker wasn't really a hacker, and the hack wasn't really a hack. This was just somebody who was very good at reading the terms and conditions and realized how he could bewitch himself by following the rules of the contracts. The challenge then with performing such a hard fork is that you're essentially going back on some of these promises. And you're saying, and some people argued, well, this would be a slippery slope. The reasons you have blockchains are because there's censorship resistance. And what happens the next time somebody screws up and sends $5 million to the wrong address and loses all this money? What happened when the government asks the community to hard fork to steal some funds from a terrorist organization? So there was a lot of discussions in the community, and it didn't really seem as obvious as it might seem to some of us here, whether to hard fork or not. On the other hand, I mean, it was clearly not the intention of the contract that somebody could run away with all this money. And it was clearly not the intention to run away with this money. And people said that Ethereum is such a new technology. This was an early experiment. Let's give it a one-off kind of hard fork and we'll forget about it. And then afterwards, we'll let smart contracts run exactly as programmed. So there are a lot of politics for and against, and it was hard to kind of get a sense of what the community really wanted. But what they did in the end was that they created another smart contract to understand what people wanted. Did they want a hard fork or did they not want? So you could vote depending on how much Ether you owned. In the end, it seemed that the community was greatly in favor of the hard fork, so that was the path that was chosen. On a little under a month after the original hack, so on July the 20th, the whole community hard forked. The exchanges then started trading again. They stopped trading a little bit because they wanted to see if the hard fork would go through successfully. The hard fork was successful. 85 of the people who kind of maintain the blockchain decided to continue with the new rules in place. And the Ethereum, and it looked like a very successful fork. Now there were 15% who kept on maintaining, kept on mining the original fork. But people thought that that would quickly die out because they didn't have an exchange in which they could liquidate their assets. Essentially, it wasn't a liquid blockchain. So the challenge was then that on the third day after the hard fork, one of the biggest exchanges within the blockchain world decided to list the alternative as a blockchain. And they called it Ethereum Classic. Now, on the Ethereum Classic chain, everything was the same way as it had been before the hard fork. So there, the hacker still had the amount of ether that he had before here. There had been no forceful kind of removal of this ether on this chain. And so the DAO war continued a little bit on this chain. Now, 9 months on, the DAO is now dead. But there are many other DAOs in existence, and it was just one early experiment which blew up. It was one of those bombs that Andreas described, where the technical issue didn't, because of a technical issue. In addition to that, as we can see from the price of the cryptocurrency, both chains still live on to this day. But I think one thing which is important and one of the biggest takeaways now, which I can talk about 9 months later when we've seen kind of what's happened to both of these chains, is that there was one chain which all the developers and the community surrounded around and which continue to work around. And that's the Ethereum chain that hard forked. And the market price of this chain is many, many, many times over the price of the original chain. And that kind of tells me that in the end, it's the humans and it's the community behind these blockchains which give value to the blockchains. That's all I managed to say in 20 minutes. Thank you very much for having me. I don't know if we have time for questions at all.
No, I'm
No.
afraid we don't. But thank you so much, and I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Edward has been in the blockchain community since it started, and he is the leader of the Norwegian Bitcoin Association. In addition, he is a solution architect at Sky Solutions. So we're very happy to have you here today. So give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about digitalization and how we can seamlessly integrate blockchain with ERP systems. So just shortly about me, I'm a solution architect, as you heard. A long time in the IT, specializing in integrations between SAP systems and other systems. The last 2 years I've been specializing in integrating SAP with the blockchain, the public blockchains. I'm also the founder of the Norwegian Bitcoin and Blockchain Association, as you heard. I haven't been in blockchain community since it started really, but around 2012, so rather early. So I'm starting with a bold statement. Blockchain is humanity's most important invention. So that's not only me saying that, Gartner saying something in that style also. Blockchain will fundamentally change our society. And they list it in their top 10 strategic technology for this year. IBM, also a big player in this, as we have heard today. Blockchain will fundamentally change the way we do business. So society will be changed, business will be changed. And also SAP says the same. They just joined the Hyperledger consortium. World Economic Forum is talking about blockchain. The World Food Programme are using blockchain to help poor people. So what is blockchain? I'm going to try to explain it more, not in so technical terms, but more an overview of it. So blockchain is a new development platform. Most of everything will be developed in some kind of way in blockchain or together with blockchain technology. It's a trust-based service layer. So it's a service layer that offers us P2P or peer-to-peer, person-to-person trust without middlemen, as we have heard also here today. It's also a utility network, just like our electricity network and internet today. It's a utility network where we can store and transfer values. But the important thing is that we can do this in real time. It's also a new global marketplace. So just as the internet or the web economy has been growing very much the last 20 years, many think that the Bitcoin economy, or blockchain economy, will also be even bigger than that. So blockchain is then global, neutral, immutable, and distributed. And we see it as a single source of truth that gets more and more secure during time and volume, in comparison to normal databases that gets less and less secure with time and volume. So what I'm going to look into today is the digitalization that most companies are looking into today, and how we can integrate that seamlessly with the blockchain. So first of all, I would like to point out the difference between digitization and the digitalization. So digitization is just a normal, where we take the current documents, we take the invoice, we take the order, and we just put it on a scanner, and we scan it, and then we store it electronically as a copy of the paper, but we still have the paper. Digitalization starts from the beginning and goes all to the end, where we are changing the whole business processes to be digital. So all the business processes is supposed to be digital. And we have a digital workplace and digital value chain. So this is where it gets interesting to combine with an ERP system, because an ERP system is what all companies have, but mostly the big corporations have the enterprise resource planning system. Their back end IT systems where they can handle production planning, purchases, production planning, manufacturing, marketing and sales, HR, and everything that a company needs to have control of. And these ERP systems are very robust, and they have support for all business processes that company needs and are using a lot today. But they are centralized. They are in one company or one group of companies. So what we like to do then is to digitize by incorporated blockchain with the ERP system. So we have the blockchain, we have our ERP systems with support for all the business processes, and we want to make a seamless integration between these two. Today, before blockchain, the old way of integration and the old way of a value chain was all different partners with their own database, their own siloed database with their own information. So a customer has their own data, and the manufacturer or the retail company has their data. And you know, if we have two databases, it will be two versions of the truth. And that always very often comes to our trouble when we say, I ordered 1,000 iPhones, but I received 900. Which database is the true one? Yeah, of course, mine is true, but the other one also says mine is true. So that is a problem. And today, we also have a problem that if we have a value chain like this and we have a customer out here in the far end, what happens is that the sub-supplier supplies to the supplier to the producer to the distributor, and so on, which means that they all have to take in account for variations. They have a margin of, they produce a little bit more to be on the secure side. They order a little bit more to be secure, to have a backup, and so on. That means that if the customer changes something, it's enormous cost all the way down in the value chain, because there is so many different steps and so many different owners of the information, and they don't really know each other. What they know is only the supplier and the sub-supplier knows about their business. They have no idea what happens back here. And so for it's siloed between two of them all the time. And today we are communicating, if it's good, we are communicating electronically. A lot of companies are still using paper invoices and paper orders, but let's take it one step further. They are using like old AS400 Edifact. They are using EDI with a broker, AS2 communication, and so on. And then we come to the banks. Many times we are using file transfer still to the bank, because that is only once a week or once a month. We have logistics company maybe communicating with email. We have customs maybe using faxes in many countries. Faxes is what, except from the original, they can still use fax, but not email or any digital copies yet. And more banks and more file transfer. So we have a lot of different communications, and more or less it's a mess. And mail service. So what we want to achieve is to have one single source of the truth by the blockchain. So then we have the blockchain, which is global, immutable, distributed, peer-to-peer, secure, transparent, open access, programmable, neutral, all these things that you know about what an open blockchain is, and censorship resistant. That we want to connect to the companies, but only with one connection per company. They just have one integration to the blockchain, which means that all participants have access to the relevant information in real time. We can also connect banks to this, direct communication to the logistics and customs, as we had in the previous picture. And it means that all participants can now communicate with each other within one communication channel, which is secured and also in real time. So now all the suppliers and all the producers, they can know information from the client, but only the information they are authorized to read, of course. Everybody cannot read everything, only the things that they are authorized to. But the supplier and the producer for a specific client, for a specific product, have the information that they need, and they can see directly that if the client changed the order, wants to have more or less or other features, they can directly see it and get information about it. So the benefits we have by integrating blockchain with ERP is that we have this single source of truth. We are also able to secure proof in the blockchain. We have this global traceability, which is a huge thing also for big global corporations today, to be able to globally trace their products, where they are coming from, not only internally, but also with all their sub-suppliers and partners around the world. Just look at the car factory, for example. They are not making one car in one country. They are just putting together a lot of part that comes from all over the world, from different suppliers. And they really need some kind of global traceability. And by using blockchain, it's a perfect match. We can make secure multilateral business processes. Today, business processes is mostly internally in a company. My company starts a business process and I stop a business process. But with blockchain, we can actually have business processes that goes along different companies. And one company can start a business process and another can end it. We have the possibility to create tokens between the companies. We can transfer values, of course, and assets. And all this we can do then independently between untrusted partners and without middlemen, of course. We could do all this before also with a central database, but with a central database, it's always a problem that someone owns that central database, and it can be attacked, it can be brought down, it could be a fire, it could be an electrical power out. That cannot happen with a blockchain solution. Yes?
You store all the data in the blockchain?
Not in the blockchain, but a layer below, in a second layer. So we have a, yeah. So what we get with all this, it's increased security and increased trust between partners. We get increased transparency and increased efficiency and increased competitiveness. Because if you have a product that is very good, you can now prove it that it is good. Lower cost, lower fees, lower risk, and lower administration. So it's just a lot of positive points along this way. We also get secure business-to-business communication here with cryptographically encrypted messages between them. We can sign messages, of course. This is all normal cryptographic technology that we can use today also, but it is normally a very expensive solution to start using this. So company only do it when they really, really need secure solutions. By using blockchain and using technology here, we can do it much more cheap. Cryptographic time-stamped, cryptographic non-repudiation, so we can send messages and we can prove that the receiver has received them. They cannot deny that they have received the message. Also, it's all standard functionality in communication today, but what we do here is that one company only have to connect to the blockchain and not connect to all the other companies, all have different kind of encryptions and standards and so on. We are storing business documents then in a single source of truth. We can send message between the peers, like contracts, orders, bill of lading, invoices, payments, and so on. All the normal steps that a company are using today. So I have a small example like this. We have two companies, company A and company B. So company B creates a contract with company A. They do that today. That's a normal business process. That's a most normal thing in the world for a company. But Now we can add the security with blockchain and the single source of truth. They create an order, they pay the order, and everything we are then storing and locking in the blockchain. They pay the invoice, and we are sending the delivery. And now everything is stored in the blockchain as a proof. So another good thing with the blockchain is that we can also store product information in the blockchain, so we can trace back what kind of raw material has been used in the product. What location has it been produced in? Health, safety, and environment stuff. We can see that this thing has not been created by child labor or in other poor environment. It's not hazardous for the environment. We can know the production date. We can know sub-components, energy use, production, temperature, pressure, speed, and everything like that. Vibrations. I'm going to show a picture with this that says more. So we have 3 companies: a manufacturer, component manufacturer, some assembly, and so on. So the manufacturer can then store data like the place, source, and so on. The assembly can then store information like time, when it's produced, energy, and so on. The processor can then store information like temperatures, speed, pressures, and so on. And all this information we can gather with Internet of Things sensors. And as we have heard in some other talks here today, we can make Internet of Things sensors very secure, so they can actually produce a proof up to the blockchain. Logistics, temperatures, variations, CO2, and where it is stored. So some product is very important where they are stored and how long they're stored, like cheese and wines and so on. An example where they have used this is a proof of concept where they are tracking fish. So when you're in your shop, you take up the fish, the packet of fish, you can just scan the barcode, and then you get the information from the whole value chain back. When it was fished, in what sea, and how has it been transported, has it ever been above 0 degrees or something like that. And we can even get the name of the fisherman sometimes, or at least the name of the boat. This is very good if you have a good fish product. It's not very good if you have a 3-month-old fish, and then you wouldn't like to do this, of course. But if you have a good product, you can now really prove it. And of course, then you have an advantage, and you can take a higher price for it. Another very important thing is dispute resolution. Every company has problem with dispute resolution. So like the example, I order 1,000 iPhones, but I receive an invoice of 1,200 iPhones. Yeah, where is the error? Have I ordered wrong, or have they sent wrong? By using the blockchain, where we have one single source of truth, we can use smart contracts to start with. And then we can solve most of the things directly, automatically with the smart contract. If that is not enough, we can use smart artificial intelligence, but still we have some manual work to do, like 5 to 25%, but it's still a huge deal, as IBM had an example of here. We can transfer assets. For audit and compliance, this is very important, we can very easily make compliance and make audits automatically. We can use in HRM to store identities, educations, certificates, and so on. And we can make distributed marketplaces with this solution. So very shortly, what we offer from Sky, blockchain presentation courses, workshops. We can help with develop strategies within blockchains and so on, help with proof of concepts. I'm not going to bore you too much with that. So that's my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Now there will be a 20-minute break, so I'll see you back here at 3:20.
product or service would they be delivering, where you could help them?
It could be any client today. Dream client. Actually, it's actually a very
there are actually elements around hyperledger we're working on, etc. But also we have to give the perspective of a startup actually being part of hyperledger and what we gain from being part of such a consortium. Now, what is actually hyperledger? So hyperledger essentially it's a project that is under the umbrella of the Language Foundation. It focuses on permission databases or distributed ledgers or permission blockchains. So actually they are anathema according to Mr. Andronopoulos this morning of the blockchain world. Now, what's the key difference is that it actually focuses very much on enterprise-grade solutions around blockchain and how blockchain can be applied as soon as possible in those solutions. Now, how actually a bit of background in terms of how the Language Foundation, how the whole involvement in blockchain started. So the Language Foundation essentially started to promote Linux, and I'm guessing most of you are aware of Linux, but also it created an open source environment for many other projects. So essentially what it does is it creates the framework under which you can actually start your own project, or a group of people can start their own project. The basic in the beginning was the promotion of Linux, but then you moved all the way to containers, into high performance computing, etc. One of the elements is actually our blockchain. And how it started, actually, I talked to the head of the Language Foundation and asked them what was the rationale behind it. In the beginning, they were seeing how the Bitcoin blockchain was gaining a lot of momentum, and they were very interested in the technology because it's a revolutionary technology. So the next step is actually thinking what would be their involvement. So they decided actually to move very actively in hyperledger. One were approached by a set of companies with also working code. These companies were a set of some fintech companies, but also some very large organizations. Specifically, it was actually IBM and digital asset holdings that were the ones that really pushed the needle when it comes to creating hyperledger. Right now, it actually has more than 100 general members. It has some very big corporations as part of the consortium. But at the core of it, it's actually whatever happens is open source. So this is the key thing. So believe me, there is so many technical discussions, there's always discussions and always discussions in terms of preventing the corporations that they are part of the consortium basically name something as their own work, proprietary work. This is supposed to be an open, collaborative environment. So how does this actually work? So we have the Language Foundation at the top. One of the projects that they have is a hyperledger project. In the hyperledger project, the first thing that we do is that we have different projects within it, and these are, in this case right now, the ones that are in incubation, Fabric, Iroha, Sawtooth. I'm guessing you've actually seen this. This is essentially protocols, blockchain protocols, with basically been developed for various uses, and they have various pros and cons. And then, apart from these frameworks, we have modules. Modules, we have Borrow, Explorer, and Celo. Borrow is actually the latest edition, and this is something that is quite important as an addition because it brings Ethereum much closer to the hyperledger community. It's actually something that was built by a company called Monex, previously known as Eris, and it's essentially an EVM module that can be plugged into a permission blockchain protocol. Now, the different protocols that we have, so Fabric, Iroha, Sawtooth, Lake. A bit of the background behind the Fabric is actually the one that was proposed initially by digital asset holdings and IBM. It now basically has contributors, it's an open source project, so the main contributors clearly still many come from IBM, but basically now it's open source and anyone can be going to contribute code. Iroha is a project that started in Japan by a Japanese actually fintech company, not a large corporation, but quickly got on board NTT, Hitachi, etc. Now the differences between this and our new Sawtooth Lake as well is that not only how you can write code on the blockchain, so for example, I always recommend material C++ developers, but other nuances as well, such as the consensus mechanism that we have. So the consensus mechanism in Fabric, it's PBFT, in Iroha, it's Sumiragi, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually another flavor of the design consensus algorithm. And then there's Sawtooth Lake, which was proposed by Intel. It uses another consensus algorithm, it's called proof of the last time, which is something that Intel developed. In all these cases, again, these are open source projects, so if you go to the hyperledger page, you can actually click there and participating in the technical working group meetings. Now, there are some things that are in scope, some things that are not in scope when it comes to Hyperledger. There has been a very, very clear mandate that we should not delve at all into the application segment. So essentially, anything that comes here, it's basically what I described. So essentially, here you have the IO, fabric, etc. Here you have things like Cero, Barrow. This one would be, for example, what my company is doing in the KYC application on blockchain. This cannot be on Hyperledger. So basically, it's completely an application free, let's say, environment within which we work. There's a reason for this. For an application to exist in most cases, someone has monetized this. And basically, this is not a consortium on which you can monetize or should monetize. This is supposed to be a collaborative environment. Hence, the decision to move away from applications. Now, again, in all of this, it's what I showed before. These are the projects currently in incubation. Anyone can actually propose like one activity project, and then it's taken into consideration by the technical community, and then if approved, then it goes into incubation, then it can actually go into production as well. It's the next step. Out of the ones that I mentioned before, to give you an example, Fabric is the one that's going to be released in production, is going to have a production release of 1.0 sometime early this summer. Now, clearly what has happened is that this consortium, because the participants, because also not only the corporations but also the technology participants. For example, the head of the Hyperledger project is one of the founders of Apache. And basically, what happens is that this creates a lot of momentum that also manifests itself in a lot of publicity, but also helps in terms of understanding what the blockchain is and what can do in many cases. And this actually is very important because from one part, we have, it's all started with the Bitcoin blockchain, and it's absolutely amazing, super elegant in its solution, the Bitcoin blockchain. At the same time, you have those corporations, and these corporations have a completely different view of the world. They have a view of the world that is actually very much driven on results, very much driven on regulation, laws, etc. So essentially, how do you couple them? How do you bring them together? And Hyperledger project very much tries to couple these two laws. Basically, see the needs from what, first of all, is offered technologically, and what can be applied and when from a corporation perspective. Sometimes, as you mentioned, it actually is my personal view. This is not the Hyperledger view. Obviously, there's a lot of polemic attitude towards permission, blockchains, etc., which I partially understand. I mean, I do understand the elegance of permission and blockchain. At the same time, I do not actually think that the permission blockchain is basically the end of the journey. This is clearly, I mean, when I talk to many banks, and basically when we talk to them, right now, permissionless blockchains are not in an environment where they feel comfortable putting their reputation, their operations at risk, being in that environment. Whereas permission blockchains actually, for them, we would consider them a test ground for them, moving on to the next solution. So it's not either or. I very much see it as a journey towards some months of permissionless. Now, closing here, and I'm very happy to take as many questions as I can. You all can get involved. You can get involved in many ways. So basically, there are several meetups that take place in various locations around the world. You can actually go and participate in many different parts of the community, different people in the community. You can also go on the site, contribute code, and become part of the discussion on Slack with each one of these projects that I mentioned. So it's very much something that's very open to contribution by everyone. And we very much encourage you actually to go on the site and have a look and see how you can actually work with that project. So I'll stop the slides here. I think we could have done enough slides for today, and I'm very much open to your questions. I guess that was amazing here. Perfect. Thank you very much.
traditional financial services and capital markets. So things like peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding, and what I focus on, cryptocurrency and distributed ledgers. So we are mostly privately funded right now. So companies like Visa, the CME Group, which is the large exchange organization based in Chicago, KPMG are some of our funders. We are starting to see more funding come in from government organizations, multinational, multilateral organizations like the World Bank. The UK's Financial Conduct Authority recently partnered with us and is funding some work. So we're starting to do work with regulatory bodies. But the thing I want to emphasize here is that all our research is entirely independent. Visa and any of these organizations, the UK government, et cetera, do not have any say in the research questions we ask or any of the editorial decisions about the content we produce. That's really important to us. But to do this work, we need money. It's not cheap. And so actually, I'm in the process this year, this is a brief advertisement, of looking for a multi-year funding commitment to continue to do work like this. So we're not out each year having to raise the sums that are needed to produce this great research that's really breaking new ground. We'll talk more about the key findings from this study a little bit later in the presentation. But that's a little bit about where I work. So here's what we're going to cover. It's a lot. So I'm going to give you an introduction. I know some people are blockchain ninjas now and don't need anyone to explain anything about any of this to them, but there's others who are still kind of coming to this. And I'm going to try to give you more of an economic perspective, all right, that hopefully is still helpful to those of you who know the technology really, really well. Talk about the study, give you a state of cryptocurrency, what I used to call the state of Bitcoin, but now have to call the state of cryptocurrency will become self-evident when we talk about the data. Then we'll go into what I do in executive education programs at the Judge Business School, which is what I call the blockchain use case interrogation. All right, so there's a lot of hype around blockchain. Obviously, we're going to interrogate some of these different use cases, see how they stand up under scrutiny. Talk about a piece of work that William and Bearing Point and I have been working on. We look at the impact and adoption of blockchain in different industries, and then finally, kind of what's ahead, what the future holds. Okay, so first, who out here in the audience can tell me where money comes from? It grows on trees, right? In our minds. What about these banknotes in my pocket here? Where did these come from? Debt. Not quite. Not this one. But we'll come back to that in a minute. This comes from central banks, right? Governments, basically. Central banks are somewhat complicated institutions. Some of them are public-private type entities with complex kind of governance structures, but this is the stuff that's produced by central banks.
I think you have to put the question differently, because the difference between the money and the value of the money. Because this paper comes from some printer,
True.
And unless there's trust that somebody gets something for it, it has no value.
True.
And
this is getting into deeper philosophical questions. I'm just actually talking about literally who contracted to print this, not the name of the printer. De La Rue in the UK's case, I think, printed this for the Bank of England. This, how much of the money, the overall money supply, do banknotes and coins, which are what central banks contract De La Rue to produce? How much of the money supply does that represent?
5–10%?
Yes. Who said that? Well done. So where does the rest of it come from? The rest of the 95% that the Bank of England does not contract De La Rue to produce? Debt. But what do you mean by that? Yeah. Okay, so you're creating money when you do an IOU. But is that where the real 95%, does the 95% come from personal IOUs? There you go. That's right. Money comes from banks. What is a bank, though? A bank is a private for-profit corporation. 95% of our money is produced by private corporations. In other words, The money you use, by and large, since we're going cashless and these will be gone soon, is privately created money, like Bitcoin, which is privately created. Now this is done with the guidance and with regulations issued by central banks and governments, right? It's not a completely private operation. But the entities that are creating the vast majority of money are private. And that's something that, interestingly enough, is not even taught in Economics 101. It's not taught in high school. Even though money is something that touches all of our lives, this simple reality about where money comes from is never taught. And I have to spend time on this because it's, to me, just still shocking, right? That this is something that isn't taught. And, you know, I go to meetings. I was at the San Francisco Federal Reserve with about 20 central bankers around the world recently. We had a dinner the night before. And I was reflecting on, you know, how, you know, all these talks I've been giving over the past few years will ask this question about where money comes from, and how rooms of incredibly educated people like this one, many of them don't know the answer to this question. It's not your fault. And interestingly, one of the responses from one of the regulators at that table, wouldn't that create a lot of problems if we did teach that? People start asking questions, right? I'm not criticizing this system. I want to be clear, I'm not criticizing the system as I raise this point. You might interpret what I'm doing here as a criticism of the existing system. It's not that. It's simply to point out that this is something that most people do not know or understand about our money system. Right? That's why money is such a mysterious thing. That's why Bitcoin is so complicated. It's money, which no one understands, plus technology, which is also, for people not in this room, a while longer. So these are the kind of traditional definitions of the functions of money, all right? It's a medium of exchange, it's a store of value, it's a unit of account. These functions are not all equal. Many, many things can be a store of value, right? Your house, the artwork on your walls, those can be stores of value, right? Fewer things are an actual medium of exchange that you use to do transactions. But the most unique feature of money is this unit of account function. And that is the unit that goods and services in a place like Norway are priced in. That's what it means to be a unit of account, in essence. And using this definition, we can think about what is Bitcoin, what is cryptocurrency. Well, it's certainly a store of value, perhaps a very volatile one, right? And people are using it as a medium of exchange. They're buying things with it. But is it a widely used unit of account? If you go on dark websites, I don't spend a lot of time on them, but for research purposes, right? You'll see things priced in Bitcoin and Monero, et cetera, right? But the price or the quantity of Bitcoin or Monero that you need to supply to buy the goods or services on that site will adjust in real time often with the changes in the exchange rate. So in the UK following Brexit, the pound plummeted 20%, but the cost of my daily cup of coffee didn't go up 20%, right? It's not, the price of coffee in the shop is not changing in real time, you know, because the pound is a unit of account, all right, unlike Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is not money, all right? Yes, you could argue it is. Yes, you could have a good argument that it is money. I agree with that. But from my point of view, it's not, because it doesn't meet that final requirement of money. Yes? Sorry? I think it's more of a store of value and medium of exchange. Now, some people say that is what you need really to meet the definition of money. And again, they have a good argument. But if you're looking at the classic economics definition of money, it's failing that last test of being a true unit of account. You know, like the krona, like the pound, the euro, et cetera. So I'm just going to briefly go through this. There are 5 major different types of currency. You have your legal tender currencies, you know, the pound, so on. You have your non-legal tender currencies. Some are black market currencies, meaning they're actually illegal to use. And then you have things like Bitcoin, which are alternative currencies, all right? They're not illegal to use, but they're not legal tender either. You cannot pay your taxes with them. If you are divorced and you owe your spouse money, you cannot use Bitcoin to settle that debt. All right, that's what it means to be a legal tender. It has to be accepted. You know, in Sweden, right, you know, where they're, and here, right, where they're talking about getting rid of cash, you know, there's this issue around, well, do shops, you know, are they forced to accept cash, or can they turn you away because you're trying to pay in cash and they only want cards? Well, if it's legal tender, you're not supposed to be able to turn you away. So, yeah, an alternative currency is anything not minted by the central government. It's not recognized as legal tender, but it is used as a medium of exchange. That's the definition of an alternative currency. That's what Bitcoin and these 600 plus cryptocurrencies are. And by the way, we're going through this framework because the punchline of this presentation is to try to give you some tools to think about what's the likelihood of something like a Bitcoin winning. And I'm going to use the word Bitcoin throughout the presentation, even though I mean any cryptocurrency or any digital alternative currency, actually, for that matter. Just Bitcoin happens to be the biggest, but a lot of what I'm saying applies to all digital alternative currencies. So alternative currencies traditionally have been physical items, things like cigarettes or SIM card minutes in Africa. We're in the world of digital alternative currencies now, and what makes Bitcoin special, and everything that's come since then, is that it's both open and decentralized. Okay? We've had closed and centralized digital currencies. The Second Life Linden dollar was one of those. All right? We've had open and centralized digital currencies, flues and beans. Is anyone old enough to remember those? Okay, these came out of Silicon Valley about 17 years ago. About $115 million in VC money went into them, and they all failed spectacularly. But they could be used around the web. They were designed to be more open, but they were still centralized. They were controlled by a corporation. Bitcoin, decentralized. There's no CEO of Bitcoin, Inc., and it's open. Open source, open protocol, open platform, and so on. Okay, why do alternative currencies come into existence in the first place, right? I mean, here in Norway, we have perfectly good money, right? Why would someone bother creating something? Well, perfectly good money doesn't exist always everywhere. And furthermore, things like financial crises, banking crises, financial and economic instability is a big driver. It's one of the 5 kind of forces that I documented in a paper on the history of alternative currencies, which you can download from my website. That's one of the big drivers in new currencies. Politics, things like you know, anti-globalization, concern about privacy, too big to fail, are other drivers of new currencies. Technology makes these currencies possible. Certainly, when Satoshi invented, made Bitcoin possible. Financial inefficiencies, or at the cost of moving money across borders, so on. And then there's always some entrepreneur, some entrepreneurial force at the heart of these new alternative currencies, right? There's been thousands and thousands of alternative currencies over the past 500 years. All right, these are not infrequent phenomena. They occur quite regularly, and they tend to occur for these reasons. All right, so I do a fair amount of work with media, and one of the problems the media has in trying to tell the story around what is Bitcoin is they always have to put a picture with their news article. All right, and they go, Garrick, you know, this is the one we always rely on, but you know, this is really problematic, isn't it? Right? What's problematic about using this picture to tell a story about something like Bitcoin or Ethereum? What's to say? Exactly. That's a physical gold token, right? But that's not what Bitcoin is, right? So what I encourage people to do when they think about this technology is to keep this picture in mind instead. This is the best that I've come up with. I'm happy to take other suggestions, but you know, a network of connected devices. That's a hard thing, right? Think about your grandma trying to understand Bitcoin with this picture in her mind. Not easy. Huge communication challenge, right? Huge communication challenge. And the media is how people come to know new things, all right? They don't come to know new things from me, you know, educators. Sadly, I wish they did, but you know, some of them do, of course. But the media, mainstream media, is how people, by and large, come to know about what's happening, what something like Bitcoin is. And the media cannot explain it. because they're using the wrong pictures. Or the ones that are right are problematic or hard to wrap your heads around. Yep.
I sometimes use torrents, since people are used to downloading things illegally and the technology being distributed and being able to actually use it for something constructive. How far off am I?
In terms of using that as an example to explain it? Yeah, I think that's great, but does your grandmother
Perhaps.
Awesome grandma.
It's Scandinavia after all, right? Email. I use email to explain it. You know, my mom uses cryptocurrency, and you know, email and kind of, you've got a password, you've got an account, you log in. You don't know how email works. You don't know about SMTP. You don't need to know about, you know, blockchain. That seems to work pretty well for explaining it. Another important point, though, to note about this technology is that all the pieces that were necessary to create Bitcoin existed 10 years before Satoshi Nakamoto wrote his paper in 2008. All right? I mean, the beginning of all this is really 1982, arguably. Sure, you could go back to earlier, you know, inventions of cryptography and so on, but 82 is when David Chaum published his seminal paper on anonymous electronic money, right? So all this has been in development for a long time. It's interesting to think about that when we talk about the time scale for when things happen, all right? Think about when TCP/IP was invented by Vince Cerf and Bob Kahn in the early 1970s, right? Over 20 years passed before that was broadly commercialized and adopted. You know, some of this stuff can take time, right? Getting away from the technology, though, what is cryptocurrency? What is blockchain? It's fundamentally, to me, a new trust and cooperation mechanism, a digital handshake. Right? If you strip away the nuts and bolts, the technology, this to me is what it really is. All right, the other thing that's really special about cryptocurrency and blockchain, and then we're going to start moving into kind of the current state of play here, is that it contains both an asset on a rail together. All right, so you can tell I spend a lot of time talking to people like kids, right? It's an integrated system. All right, it's an integrated system. Dollars, stock certificates, and bonds have traditionally been completely separate from the networks and exchanges they are traded on. They're distinct. Things like Bitcoin are fully integrated. That enables incredibly powerful applications, things like smart contracts, locks, all sorts of things, right? Because of this integrated quality. That's what's special about it. One of the many things that's special about it. As big as the PC and the internet, according to people like Mark Andreessen. 3 years ago in the New York Times, Andreessen wrote that Bitcoin reminds him of where the internet was in 1993, 3 years ago. So let's go forward 3 years in time in the 90s to 1996. Who was alive in 1996? A few people, hopefully. I was in Silicon Valley in 1996. I was working there in fintech. So in 1996, you already had companies like Cisco. World-beating internet companies already existed. All right? There's nothing like Cisco in today's blockchain world. Mark was wrong. You got the timing wrong. So, last point in the introduction I want to make about blockchain is that, and I think The Economist did a nice job here pointing out that mundane, boring things can be incredibly powerful, right? Double entry bookkeeping accounting, right? I studied accounting in college. It's incredibly boring, all right? The joint stock company, you know, the lawyers love it, but not very many other people get excited about these things. Can provide incredible breakthroughs. These process improvements like blockchain can lead to incredible breakthroughs in the advance of capitalism in terms of innovation and supporting growth. Boring stuff can be quite powerful. Okay, so let's get into this recent piece of research that Cambridge released, which I said is free to download. So 114 pages. What is the point here? Why would you produce something that big? Well, we wanted to gather non-public data on what's happening with cryptocurrency. A lot of the analysis to date has focused on, you know, analyzing the blockchain, looking at patterns of transactions and so on, using statistics to say, okay, that looks like an exchange transacting with this dark market there. A lot of the most interesting data about cryptocurrency is not in the public domain. It's sitting inside companies, all right, whose users will transact with each other just on that company's platform, not on a public blockchain. So what's happening off-chain is very interesting. In addition, if you want to know how many people are using cryptocurrency, you cannot easily find that out by looking at a public blockchain. Who can tell me today how many people use Bitcoin? Make a guess. Does anyone have any idea?
1 million.
1 million. What's that based on? Intuition?
Some past studies from your side.
Okay. We'll go unnamed. That's one of the questions we wanted to answer. How many people are using this? But to answer that question, you actually have to get data from companies that have user data. All right? And furthermore, how many are actively using cryptocurrency? That's another really important question, right? So we collected data from over almost 150 companies and individuals. Individuals are mostly miners from all around the world, but large population contributed data from Asia, the United States, also Europe. So very representative of kind of what's happening in the world. We learned some really interesting things. So first off, there's at least 1,800 people working in the cryptocurrency industry today. At least 1,800. The true number is probably well over 2,000. How big is that? Last count I saw of Airbnb's total number of employees was 2,400. All right. So cryptocurrency is employing roughly about the same number of people as Airbnb. Okay, the industry is. You can also look at the valuation of Airbnb's last funding round, where they raised money at a $36 billion valuation. And you can look at the total value of all the cryptocurrencies in existence today, which is $30 billion. And then you add on top of that the value of private companies like Coinbase and others that are well-funded. And you can see, okay, it looks like cryptocurrency is creating a level of value on the order of Airbnb. All right, a Silicon Valley darling and success story if ever there was one. So cryptocurrency gets a bad rap or a knock as being this kind of insignificant thing, but we celebrate Airbnb. Why is that? They roughly employ about the same number of people, creating the same amount of value, so it's not insignificant. We also looked at things like how many companies in the cryptocurrency space actually hold some type of government license. We wanted to know how regulated companies were and what they're paying in terms of compliance costs, especially across regions. Are compliance costs a lot higher than the US, than elsewhere, so on? We found out that actually more small exchanges hold a government license than large exchanges do. That was kind of surprising. We produced what I believe is one of the first really comprehensive maps of cryptocurrency mining, looking at the megawatt distribution in kind of key regions, so like Iceland, China, Georgia, and so on. So that's in the study as well. Probably the thing that I was happiest about was the data we collected from various wallets. We had very high participation from the largest wallets and just wallets in general. And this really allowed us to get an answer to this question of, at least on the wallet side, how many people are using cryptocurrency. There's people in Asia, other places that are using their exchange accounts as their wallet, right? So we don't have the full picture here, but what we see is that today, the number of people actively using cryptocurrency is roughly equal to the population of Norway, at least in terms of wallets. So it used to be the talking point was, we think cryptocurrency is about the size of Estonia. Now we're at Norway, and by Q2 2018, Sweden. So we're moving up the Nordic ladder here, right? That's interesting. That's bigger than a lot of people thought. And this is active. There's some 40 million wallets, right? How many of those just have dust? How many of those are completely inactive? This is a real picture of how many people are opening, say, their app on their phone at least once a month or once a year, depending upon how you define active. Companies define active differently. You know, how many people are transacting occasionally? How many have a non-de minimis amount of cryptocurrency in their wallet? 5 million, size of a country. Yes?
I think you just said it basically, but so that number active was different from exchange to exchange because
yes.
Okay, you can say active to open an app, but wouldn't active actually have made a transaction?
That's correct. So we just, one of the nice things about academic research is they force you to tell you everything about how you calculate the numbers. If I open, not a Bearing Point report, but one of Bearing Point's competitors' reports, they'll often put a number in there and they won't say how they did it. So we, for this year, did not want to force wallets and exchanges into a box and say, this is what Garrick thinks active means. You can tell us what you think active is and tell us what your active number is. Getting this data is very, very hard from companies. Right? I didn't know when we started this that we were going to successfully get 150 companies to actually share their data with us. And it's a real, I think, testament to you know, the Cambridge brand and working in academia that we were able to pull this off. But next year we're going to have I think, a more precise definition of active because it does vary a bit. Yeah. But this does not include accounts with dust. This does not include accounts that never transact.
Yeah,
there's some sign of life.
Yeah, because I heard the criticism that like a lot of wallets don't even have enough money to pay the fee to move the money out of the wallet.
Yeah, those are not included in this number.
Okay, they're not.
That's more if you look at the total number of wallets, 40+ million. That's the other 35 million, or maybe some proportion of that.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, I used to call this section of the presentation the state of Bitcoin. It's now the state of cryptocurrency for reasons that I'll make clear here in just a moment. But first, just an overall picture. I mentioned that the total value of all cryptocurrencies today, the hundreds of them that are out there now, is 30 billion, and it's up 3x since 2016. You know, there's been a pretty significant increase in price, you know, over a relatively short time. Is the amount of use, is that price increase, is that justified based on what's actually happening? How many say yes? No hands? How many say no? Okay, time to short. So Bitcoin has been, you know, it's got a lot of kids, a lot of grandchildren even, right? This is kind of a picture of kind of the genealogical tree, if you will, of Bitcoin. We're starting to look at now how much of the value is in things that really aren't delivering any innovation, all right? And this is where I run the risk of offending some people, because one of you may have created an altcoin, and you're saying, oh, Garrett, how could you call my creation not innovative? But a lot of what's out there, right, isn't really an innovation on Bitcoin. It's a change of a parameter, like the supply, so on and so on, right? But what's interesting is all this innovative stuff that's going on where there's actually been real new things happening, right? Proof of stake, you know, smart contracts running natively on the Ethereum blockchain. You know, even though Zcash is like a fork of Bitcoin, you could argue that certainly zero-knowledge proofs and these things are adding layers of innovation on top of Bitcoin. So a lot more value is starting to accrue, and we're working on getting an exact number here, but we don't have it yet, in this kind of innovation bucket. All right? People are less interested in putting value into the altcoin space, if you will. More of the value is moving into this. And if you look at how much of that is actually going into Bitcoin vis-a-vis, you know, the other cryptocurrencies, I mean, back in March 2015, 86% of the total pie was Bitcoin. Today, it's only 72%. So Bitcoin is losing market share to these other innovative cryptocurrencies, especially Ethereum, you know, and then also recently Litecoin, Ripple, Monero, and so on. Does Bitcoin have an absentee landlord problem? Right? What's going to happen with this? The fact that there isn't a Linus who used to settle all the contentious debates, and maybe still does, for Linux. You know, a Vitalik who does that for Ethereum. What does that mean? Key question, right? I used to think that this was a strength of Bitcoin, that there was no landlord, founder, right? Everyone could say, Bitcoin is now something that I feel some ownership over, and it attracted all these developers and excitement, but big stalemate here on the scaling issues. And you're seeing, and the real question is money moving into things like Ethereum, Monero, Dash, others, as a safe haven until the storm passes with Bitcoin? All right? Or is this an indication that these currencies are gaining really sustainable adoption? If you look at the transaction figures, Bitcoin still has 6 times more transactions than Ethereum, and way more than Monero and Litecoin, which are hardly being used. All right? So this tells me that the action is still really around Bitcoin. And if you think about mainstream consumer adoption, how many of these cryptocurrencies can the average consumer keep track of? When the media is trying to tell this story, and they've already gotten Bitcoin on the radar screen of most people. A lot of people now, most people have heard of Bitcoin. Can consumers start to keep track of all of these? I'm not so sure. Okay, so let's move on now to the blockchain interrogation, or the interrogation of the use cases. So when I talk about blockchain or distributed ledger, I try to make clear that what I'm referring to is the non-monetary uses of this technology, all right? I haven't seen, I thought there was a lot of hype around Bitcoin. I think there was actually more around blockchain. And I haven't seen this level of hype since, the internet, honestly. And I was in Silicon Valley from 96 to 2000, working in an internet company for most of that time. And this is what it reminded me of. So let's kind of go through the hype and see what's really there of substance. I think this is what a lot of people who come to the Judge Business School, executives, come in to do this. They're being told that blockchain is the new internet, and they need to wrap their heads around, kind of what the impact is. Oh, 5 minutes left. That was quick. We're gonna have to skip this section, I'm afraid, and go right to the end. So let's go through this. Is that supposed to get 45 minutes? Is that already?
That's already.
Is it really? Wow. Okay. Okay. You can get all this on my website. I'm sorry you're not going to get the full, but the most important part is kind of what's going to happen, right? You want my predictions. You have to come to the Judge Business School to get the blockchain interrogation, right? It costs a lot of money. Okay, so is blockchain? Every industrial revolution, right, is featured a breakthrough in communication, energy, and transportation technology, right? Is blockchain, kind of the communication layer, if you will, for a 4th industrial revolution? It could be. What I feel pretty confident saying is that it certainly is going to have a major impact, and is already having a significant impact on a wide variety of things. Why? You just look at all the different things it touches, all right? And how cheaply and efficiently and trust-free it can be done, and it can have incredible impact. We don't know for certain that the reason why Western Union lowered their UK to Kenya money transfer fees from 7% to 5% is due to blockchain, but we think so. It's already having a big impact. 2% doesn't sound like a lot, by the way, but it actually is. It adds up to a big number. The real question is around this timing question. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Mark Andreessen already kind of blew it a little bit with the timing, right? But I don't know that Oliver Boostman, my former boss who used to run UBS, was CIO at UBS and Allianz before that. I don't know that he got it right either in saying that it's more like 5-10 years away for capital markets, right? There's a couple major things happening this year around deployment with DTCC, with what CME Group is doing, with the Royal Mint, that could expedite capital markets use cases. So it's really going to depend on how some of these early big initiatives, the Australian Stock Exchange as well, how those play out to, I think, know what's going to happen with capital markets. The more interesting question to me, and the one I'm going to wrap up on, is not so much is blockchain or DLT going to succeed, it's what's going to happen to cryptocurrency, what's going to happen to these digital alternative currencies like Bitcoin. And this is where we can go back and look at history, all right? So history suggests that regulation, which is a thing that a lot of people fear in the cryptocurrency community, is not a big risk. There's hardly any examples of cryptocurrencies, or sorry, alternative currencies in history getting killed by regulation, right? Hardly any. There are a few, like free gold, but not very many. The bigger cause of death is lack of adoption. And that's really the story, historical story of alternative currencies, is that they rise and fall and die pretty quickly. All right, that's what history indicates. Why does that happen, all right? It happens for a lot of reasons, all right? But probably the biggest is this is one of the biggest right here, all right? The fact that if you aren't paid in something, there's always this extra step. You have to go out and acquire it and to use it. How do you get over that burden, that hurdle, all right? The entrepreneur who starts the alternative currency, the technological breakthrough that maybe enabled it, the financial crisis that motivated people to switch to something, these things tend to pass, right? And the government adopts or co-ops maybe the technology and catches up to whatever innovation occurred. This is a hard barrier to beat. But some currencies have done it, all right? And here's the best example that I found in history. It's merchant tokens, all right? For 200 years, these merchant tokens, which were created in England and other places, filled this big problem, small change. The fact that there wasn't enough pennies and half pennies in existence circulating to grease the wheels of commerce. So merchants created their own currency. King of England tried to ban them, and they were banned for a few years, but they came back because that fundamental economic problem didn't go away until minting technology became much cheaper, and central banks started, instead of dictating to the marketplace how much coin to use, it actually started supplying and meeting demand. So there's a lot of things that could propel. That's kind of I'm trying to give you, a balanced view here about what things could help cryptocurrency, what things could hurt it. One thing that's interesting is to know from macroeconomic perspective, there's a big shift underway with world reserve currencies, kind of a once-in-a-century shift. This doesn't happen very often with the rise of the Chinese renminbi and the diminishing importance of the US dollar, all right? There are some reasons for why China in particular might want to support something like a cryptocurrency becoming a new reserve asset, all right? They might want to see Bitcoin become like the new gold. And the reasons are too complex to go into with the time we have, but I've got a blog post on my site. You can read and go into that. The demonetization move in India and other places could also have interesting knock-on effects for the adoption of cryptocurrency. Maybe people start to care about privacy again at some point. Maybe cryptocurrency fills that need. The other thing, too, that's worth mentioning is that next year will be the 10-year anniversary of Satoshi Nakamoto's paper. All right, every year that goes by that Bitcoin is still here, it starts to feel like this thing's going to be around longer. 10 years is kind of a nice round number that people like to use and can hold in their heads pretty easily. That's a pretty remarkable achievement, right? Bitcoin doesn't show any signs of going away. It's been here for 10 years almost. Who thinks we're never going to see another financial crisis? Anyone? You think we're done with financial crises?
I think we will see more.
We will see more, yeah. Yeah, so does this guy. He's dead now, Hyman Minsky, but he was the Vincent van Gogh of macroeconomics. He came up with the financial instability theory that really, I think, better than anything else, explained the 2008 crisis, but like Van Gogh, died before his work was really widely recognized. Financial crises will continue to come around, and cryptocurrencies offer a safe haven, I think, potentially to that. The X factor in all of this is what central banks do. So I've been spending we have a new report coming out next month, which has unique data on what over 20 central banks are doing with distributed ledger technology, what protocols they're using, the timing of when they might deploy something, like central bank digital currency, and so on. If you talk with them, though, they'll tell you that there are so many roadblocks for at least a major central bank like the Bank of England from deploying something anytime soon that it's just not going to happen. And in the meantime, this is my last slide. In the meantime, you've got things like the Internet of Things economy coming up around, and machine-to-machine payments. And if you're think about it from a Silicon Valley, programmer's perspective, right? Are they going to wait around for these guys at the central banks to build the next generation payment system that they can, build on? Are they going to trust that payment system is going to have open APIs and be extensible and all these things? Are they going to go with open systems They're fully sensible and already here, you know? So if this takes off, machine-to-machine economy, you know, I think that could solve that problem of who gets paid with Bitcoin and why would you use it. Machines can get paid with it, and then they already have it. So, all right, that's it. Happy to take questions.
So I wish we had more time. Unfortunately, we don't. This was our last talk for today on this stage. The next talk will start in 4 minutes downstairs. That's the ending talk. So I'll see you there in 4 minutes. Thank you. No worry, no worry.
It's great to see them. Very, very
It's online and ready for download. So yeah, look for your thoughts. Great. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Wayne. The USB there is objective now. Because of the finite, like just general, are you talking about currency supply?
Yeah,
because I mean, like using it as a way, really sure sticky. You don't like to go down in like, so if you're getting paid in Bitcoin, it's deflationary. Have you done that? So yeah, this gets into, I mean, you know, some theoretical things. So we haven't looked at like what you're asking is you know, would you prefer to get paid? No, but I mean, is that sort of like an influence towards actually using it as wages? Because I'm seeing it as sort of a roadblock to using it as actual currency. Yeah, so you're thinking about it from a macroeconomic perspective and whether you can take Bitcoin and use it for a whole economy, right? Yeah. It's not really well designed for that, for the reasons you mentioned. You know, ideally you would want a currency that the supply could increase and shrink with the needs of the economy. That's what, you know, our study of economics has taught us. There may be some better approach than that, but right now that's what we believe generally in the economics community. And the reason is you can use the growth in the supply of currency or the shrinkage to kind of moderate certain effects. Certainly, if you have more commerce, more economic activity, you don't want currency to be so scarce that you can't allow that activity to take place, so you can grow the supply. You know, at the same time, if economic activity shrinks, you might want to reduce it so you don't trigger inflation. You know, so that's the.
So my question is, Bitcoin will actually have a future, like in the long run, if you can use it for.
Well, just because the rules of Bitcoin are what they are now doesn't mean they can't change. And I do think there's going to be there are some much more innovative kind of mechanisms for governing the supply that are being discussed. I'm quite interested in those. It's something I'd love to work on personally if I had more time. Something much more dynamic, because if you could develop that, you know, using things like the Taylor rule and other kind of rules for economic rules for kind of managing you know, a monetary system, then you could have something that could take the role of central banks completely. It just becomes an algorithm, basically. Yeah.
That was exactly what I was going to ask. So how kind of do central banks actually kind of like to adopt some kind of cryptocurrency, but I guess they will keep control of the money supply themselves, because that's their kind of major kind of inherent task. So
yes.
So what's kind of the background and something issue with cryptocurrency? Is that really so different from what we have today?
Well,
other than they have a more kind of not via banks, but more direct control, the direct ownership.
Yeah, I think the big difference would be if you move to something that actually, you know, an algorithm that set interest rates, you know, and change reserve ratios. These are the levers that central banks use, right, to control money supply. And if you actually went to a rules-based system, which a lot of people in the United States would love to see happen, really, I mean, Milton Friedman, I think, famously banks, but we need to turn every central bank into a computer. And you set it at a 4% growth rate. That's back when the United States was growing 4%. You set it at a long run growth rate for an economy, and then you stop, you just don't touch it. And the money supply grows 4% every year, and you don't need a central bank anymore. The problem is obviously sometimes countries don't grow 4%. So whatever that long run rate is, it's fine. You have a little more years where things are going slow, and that's probably good. You maybe increase the wheels to get the economy back up. Less when you need it, and that maybe balances the economy so it doesn't overheat. I mean, that was his simplistic approach. But I think a more sophisticated approach would be one that actually took inputs from a more digitized economy to monitor things like inflation in real time and make adjustments.
But you need some kind of input which could not be tampered with by politicians or.
Well, a lot of people would love that, but a lot of central bankers don't want that because they're out of jobs. And politicians don't want that as well because there's this funny story in the 1960s. This is how, in the United States at least, politicians used to influence the central bank. So Lyndon Johnson, President of the United States, ordered the head of the central bank, Federal Reserve, down to his ranch in Texas. The Vietnam War was really cranking up, and Johnson was concerned that the Fed was asphyxiating the economy, and so he brought I forget the name of the banker, but brought him into his ranch and he just pushed him around like this, basically, until the guy loosened monetary policy. That's how things used to get done. Physically intimidated the guy.
But isn't really kind of there now as well?
Kind of where though?
Because you have this populist sentiments in many countries. You have low growth, you have high unemployment, you have kind of digitization and robotization, which leaves part of the working stock out of jobs. Isn't it the easy kind of non-visible cost solution for a politician? It's always to print money rather than kind of cope with the costs over the federal budget. So I know lots of investors are quite worried that this populist sentiment will find its way into central banks some way or another, implicit or explicit. That's probably depends.
Yeah, I mean
quite a bit where you're in the one.
Yeah, no, central banks are definitely not immune to political influence for sure, and I do listen to populism and watch that, and there a lot of them, understandably want to protect their jobs, and what you'll read in the media when they're talking about that is we need to protect central bank independence. That's what you'll hear everyone saying. That's what's important.
Yeah, but probably the European Central Bank is probably also protecting the European projects as a whole, because otherwise it's begun. So, and is that the kind of independent growth targeting suppliers and the political goal?
So the central banks are very political. Is the bottom line. A lot of people would like to see them be less political. I don't know. These are philosophical questions, right? And this is what's interesting about having new forms of money introduced, new currencies that give people choice.
But that's why I was asking, because you're over cryptocurrencies and blockchains arrive, and then you have kind of two types of players. The one who actually like to change something, and then you have the guys who like to appear to do something new. And large corporations and central banks are always kind of maybe in the bucket where they like to do something which looks new rather than being new, from a marketing standpoint, or to appear more younger and agile, willing to change than they actually are. So that's a bit hard to differentiate what initiatives are actually kind of more innovative or more action changing than
I agree, and cryptocurrencies, competing now with central banks in a way that I don't think gold ever, modern times at least, certainly happened. Because gold's not a very, easy to use currency.
But it's quite interesting because lots of investors 6 plus, and the kind of the younger, more anarchist-leaning guys talking about Bitcoin. They use kind of the same worries, the same arguments, the same kind of fear for what's going around in the world. But the older guys, they see gold as the solution, and the younger. So it's kind of the same dynamic driving.
It is.
Very intuitive change.
It is, and there's a lot of young people who are steadily earning more money and saving some money and need to put it somewhere. And I mean that's certainly a bullish argument for cryptocurrency. Is that it's the millennial generation's version of gold.
I think that in order to have a stable economy, Bitcoin or whatever cryptocurrency you use, you have to be kind of large. I think if you can imagine that the central banks decided to use Bitcoins, then you wouldn't have fluctuations because you couldn't put money from dollars to Bitcoin. You just have goods and currency, right? But like what size do you think that the currency would have to be stable and not vulnerable to speculation?
Yeah, well, I think it's important to remember that national currencies are also vulnerable to speculation and volatility. I mean, the pound, can drop 20%. The ruble, 50%. Major currencies, right? Yeah, I mean, zero in the case of Zimbabwe, right? So, I mean, the problem is any of these currencies, the central bank, especially with the help of the New York Federal Reserve, can do something called kind of maintaining a floor and a ceiling on the value of the currency, so long as they can borrow U.S. dollars from the New York Fed window, right? Now, the problem where this breaks down is they can always keep a ceiling on the currency, right? Because they can print as many as they want to make sure that the Swiss franc doesn't appreciate too much, and that's exactly what the Swiss National Bank did a few years ago when the euros were flooding in and converting to Swiss francs. They said, we'll print an unlimited number to stop it at 110 or whatever it was. This is the problem. Floor. It doesn't matter that in Zimbabwe you had to pay your taxes with Zimbabwean currency. If people lose confidence in the currency, it will go to zero. Because the central bank also runs out of assets to buy the Zimbabwean dollar. The New York Fed will not keep lending to Zimbabwe indefinitely. Eventually they'll say, too much, you're cut off, you don't have any more dollars to prop up your currency, it goes to zero.
But if you have a currency, and you have automated systems for kind of mining and stuff, so you don't lose confidence in the same way and just speculate.
But you don't have the state. So there's another expression in central banking, which is that everything is going to be fine so long as we all hold hands and jump off a cliff together, like all the central banks, and they print together. And you're locked into a system where there's nowhere to go. That's the strategy they use, and they talk openly about it. But they're trying to look at the system, and in theory, I think a lot of central bankers are really good people. They're trying to make good decisions for the whole system. Yes, there's some bad people who share information, cite information they shouldn't, and so on. Somebody in the Federal Reserve was caught mining Bitcoin using Federal Reserve computers even. But a lot of these people are good guys and gals, and they're trying to make good decisions for the whole system. But as an individual, their decisions may be really bad for you, and so you take a look at something like Bitcoin and say, or whatever, and say, okay, I like their monetary policy better. Bye-bye U.S. dollar. Hello. And that's that's going to be quite interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, you start to see countries, making something like Bitcoin legal tender somewhere. I mean, that's a game changer. Tokyo and what's going on in Japan right now, I think is quite interesting. I think they're in the process or have formally legalized Bitcoin. Well, then if a city starts accepting Bitcoin, pay your parking tickets or and so on. I mean, this stuff can catch on because if you read economic theory, you read Hayek's book, The Denationalization of Money, which he wrote, one of the last books he wrote before he died. His theory was that these private currencies would compete, and the most stable one would be the one that wins, right? That was his idea. I think he was wrong, though, because people, yes, they like stable money, but you know what they like even better than stable money? They like money that's going like this.
Right? You have to fix your prices against something else because you can charge $500,000 for a parking ticket.
Yeah.
But I tend to disagree because
With Hayek or with me?
no, I think you kind of if it kind of for storage of value, it's of course kind of a strong currency. But my currency exposure is actually much more on the debt side than on the cash side. So for me, I would like to invest in Bitcoin, but
You don't want your debt
in Bitcoin. So
you want your debt priced in Bitcoin?
you need kind of if you kind of going to both lend and invest in the same currency, it needs to be quite stable.
Yes.
Otherwise, kind of, I'm from kind of I'm an economist and not kind of a tech guy. And kind of one of the interesting things I want to look around there is very much tech guys. Very few economists.
Yeah.
That's a bit interesting observation. And then you have kind of lots of tech companies, small companies in identity and KYC, etc. But you hear very little about kind of cryptocurrency, banking, traditional capital markets, thinking, what's kind of our kind of if I ask older guys about going to invest in Bitcoin, because liquidity in their lending isn't available. Also kind of the traditional capital markets dynamics, they are lacking on the inbox.
Yeah, they're getting more and more educated. It's funny, the engineers are learning more about economics and finance, and the people in banking are having to learn more about engineering and cryptography and these things. And it's happening. You know, you hear people like Vitalik, you know, he's really gotten up to speed on economics, you know, and I think he recognizes that big challenges here are not technical, they're on the economic side. And the incentive issues, structure, design, all those things that economists spend a lot of time thinking about and gotten wrong a lot of times, to be honest. I mean, macroeconomics is a discipline. It's kind of pretty mixed. And it's the reason I call myself an economic historian is because I really don't like a lot of what's considered mainstream doctrine in macroeconomics today. I think it's not very useful, very practical for how the real world works. I mean, what do you think, so?
Ether is better than Bitcoin?
I don't say that. No. Don't ever quote me saying that. No, I'm just pointing out one of the big issues. It's not a secret, right? I mean, that, since the fork, Ethereum's done phenomenally well in terms of the market value, in terms of industry interest, which is not, that unimportant to me, because that can help, interoperability, right, is a big potential issue. And if, the Ethereum public blockchain plays nice with all these corporate Ethereums, right? Yeah, that's going to help.
Have you kind of in the stock market, we are always quite concerned about kind of concentration, liquidity of the stock, kind of how fairly you can expect.
Well, exactly. That's where Bitcoin, completely dominates, right? So liquidity. If you look at who, all the exchanges, payment processors, and wallets, except Bitcoin and Ethereum's got a third, a third acceptance. So not just from a daily trading volume perspective, but also from kind of an economic trading perspective, where you can trade and process and transact. And then you think about mind share and brand. I mean, I think Bitcoin's in a really strong position for the reasons I try to emphasize here. Mainstream media attention, mind share. How many cryptocurrencies do people hold in their head? How much interest does my mom have in learning about something called Ethereum, Ether? It's gonna blow her brain, right? There's no way. Bitcoin's already hard enough, and too hard, frankly. It needs to be easier. So I think to be completely honest, I don't say this in public. I think these other ones have a real uphill battle, even with all of Bitcoin's problems, because of this first mover advantage, network effects, and just the media. The media hasn't been interested in Ethereum.
Because kind of we can talk about like it's a big thing, but kind of compared to regular currency markets, it's really
Oh yeah.
Time to talk about the volumes and ICOs Norwegian capital market, which is a small capital market, and raised like 8 or 9 times as much capital year to date. And that's a kind of a small capital market. So kind of compared to international money flow, it's of course very minor. We haven't probably not seen the really big thing yet.
Yeah. I'm going to grab a tea. I'm happy to keep chatty though if there's.
I have to leave with very interesting.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
probably look up some.
I can give you a card. Yeah, I'll pass mine along as well. And you keep in touch.
And it's great to see kind of some open research as well. It's interesting.
Great. You're here in Norway. Okay. Excellent. John, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too. I'll have a card.
Your name is
Stefan Blue.
Stefan. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Hi. Well, thanks for talking.
Thank you.
So you wanted to have
I just said a tea. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering because you mentioned the CME.
Or beer even. Gosh, where did this come from?
There's a full bar downstairs. Yeah, I had my first beer with me.
I've seen you, obviously all over the place.
I don't think we have met with the CME, so that's a real pleasure. I can create this. Mastering, well, I have three. Well, Mastering Bitcoin, Internet of Money, which was on sale here, which is a collection of my talks on philosophical political things. And Mastering Bitcoin second edition, which was like published yesterday and is publishing in 3 weeks. And now I start Mastering Ethereum to January 2018. I had no idea. I don't know. I got the first one out, it was a miracle. I just keep trying.
That's not me.
Oh, it's more than 20%, 25% new content. So even though I removed a chapter, it's now 370 pages instead of 300. So that's a significant increase. And the rest of the content can also be modified, edited, and changed all over the place. So segregated witness, payment channels, lightning network, time clocks, new opcodes, stick hash types, signature validation, a lot of new content. No. No, it's the final proof, the final copy edits that the publisher. They're just doing indexing and then copy production. And that should be out on this week. Yeah. January, yeah. No, it's not this year. I haven't started writing it. So.
Yeah, my PhD supervisor at the University of I don't know how
Yeah, I've been taking a book a year.
And you're speaking all the time.
Well, that's my job. Those two things, right? So I don't have a, I don't do this as a side job. This is my job. So I make time for things. Thank you for being on the panel.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had to close down. Would like to say how the rest of it.
Oh, well, we just started talking to some questions from the audience.
Cool. Let's just grab a.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Yes, Oh yeah, well, they already are. commercial interest would be important. That's one of the things yes. I don't know that they have more power. I don't know if we can pursue that. I think, I mean, they're looking at a lot of markets outside the United States because of how complicated things are there. So, yeah, I don't know if they're trying that yet or not. But hopefully we'll positively keep an eye open for competition products. Yes. Yeah, that's definitely. Sure. And yeah, that's what I did. We say 20 million. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. It could, and maybe, you know, I mean, the thing is, you know, companies like CME very carefully with regulators, so they're unlikely to do something that doesn't have a plus for regulators.
Jeg tenker den historien og den historiske kunnskapen og forståelsen som det her er jo viktig. For vi ser jo ikke stille mot hverandre. Viktig at ikke vi da det blir helt
Har dere stillmøte uten meg? Nei. Er det noen tvangt her oppe? Dere sitter her. Står det på deg? Ja, jo. Det er bra. First, that's it.
Ja, nei, nå var det jo, de prøvde seg jo med de skulle begynne å avskaffe litt kontantene nå. Men nå kommer det å være en ny settelserie. Så her hadde de tenkt å bare kutte tusenlappen først, men det ble kjempemotsatt, så det ble klart. Men det kommer jo, så det er jo det første jeg tenkte egentlig. Bare sånn, er jo så mye større på det, liksom. Var det tilfeldig? Den sesjonen som jeg skulle understreke var Nei, det nå. Jeg gikk etter når jeg så den der Dubai-World, og så gikk jeg på Internet Agreements, men det resulterer. Dalen. Hvordan formen?
Så blir det
Nei, vi skal Hvor skal vi ses da? Ja, det er takk for det. Det er innom bygget, så bare... Hva skal jeg gjøre? Er du organisert? Ja. Hvorfor arrangerer du eller? Nei. Er det Tekma? Ja. Det er mulig jeg skal jeg har en sak. Så hvis jeg er der, så skal jeg definitivt si fra. Jeg gjør ingen andre. Fra et PF, som de ser på rød. Ja, ikke sant? Vi skal ha våpen! Ja, vi jobber for politiets sikkerhetstjeneste. Vi gjorde det. Ja. Jeg har sagt noe om klima, faktisk. Ja, så skal jeg ha mye å snakke om. Ja. Nei, vi har bytta. Der var vi jo en interessant kundegruppe, men de kom jo stort sett fra finans. deler som ligger på eiendommer sammen. Der er det jo der er det også behov for sånn digitaliseringsstøtte, da, for nå må vi bruke milliarder i utlån skal bruke nå ut neste år. Det klarer vi ikke. Vi kjøpte noen greier i Paris nå, kostet 9 milliarder. Det var sånn nesten en av de gamle som var grensen. Ja. Jeg synes det er artig at det er sånn en eller annen generalbank i USA som har begynt å investere i kryptovaluta. Ikke fordi at de gjør det, men for å kunne betale den der ransomware-greia når de blir utsatt for kryptobanker og det der. Så bare sånn, drit i det da, ta heller og sette dere mot å ikke få det der man skal investere. Det er jo effektivt å ha penger som går betalt hvis de synes det. Nei, jeg tenkte også du må gi deg et kort.
Hva som jeg sa på det? Følg med på siste forholdet.
Skal vi pakke ned teknikken?
Yes.
Ja, så bra. Jeg tar overgangen, jeg.
Ja, har det gått greit?
Veldig. Tror jeg. Har det gått greit med deg?
Ja.
Ja,
Nettopp.
så bra.
Det er jo gode greier.
De her hører vel sammen, gjør de ikke det? For at de skal synke.
Ikke det her er bare wireless mobile presenter.
Ja, det er den. Det må man ikke miste.
Nei, den er litt grei.
Hvis ikke så er den ubrukelig.
Pretty much.
Men den er ikke vår, da. Den har han arrangøren kjøpt. Han får komme og hente den selv, eller noe sånt.